And today we are continuing our read along of The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis. We will be reading chapters 12, 13, and 14 today. We will be finishing up part 2 and we will be touching into part 3 of the book. Today we're going to be unpacking some really intense things, especially in terms of Christianity and the abuses of Christianity towards people. So because of that, I'm gonna give a little bit of a trigger warning. Just want to let everybody know who's watching this video is for, you guessed it, entertainment purposes only. The ideologies that are expressed in this book are in no way the ideologies that I subscribe to. We are simply breaking this book down, doing a very critical read of this first sex book, and we're trying to extrapolate the hidden gems of truth within the absolute mess of darkness that is this book. So if you are excited, grab a snack, grab a drink, grab a plushie, get cozy, and get ready for your bedtime story of The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis. I'm so excited. Isanator and a Rebel Child Witchery, so good to see you. Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. Nightmare Field Studios! Daily Dose of Dragon Feather for you. We're back. We've been waiting for you all night. No, I know. I almost didn't go. I have some tea, so I'm just gonna give you guys some tea before we start. But basically, I was supposed to do meetings today. I was supposed to do some stuff. I was supposed to be, I had so many things to do tonight. I was supposed to go do some stuff too. But guess what? I decided not to do anything because I would rather hang out with you guys. Some of my friends think I'm lame and I don't care. I'd rather read a book with you guys. So, yeah, there's that. Jeanette Evans, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. Hey, C. Valley, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. And Alan Bennett, hells yeah, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. Have you ever tried mixing a little catnip in your weed? I did back in the day when I smoked weed. I don't smoke weed anymore, my friends. Which, speaking of weed, I don't have to drink any today. I'm so happy because I'm done with my chronic period. Okay, 10 days of bleeding is done. I've done my time. So that means today I have an Alive Cola. Yes, I'm so happy. So this, I highly recommend. This is one of my favorite drinks on the fucking planet. It's called Alive Ancient Mushroom Elixir. And this is not sponsored, by the way. I'm just genuinely so passionate about this product. GTS Alive, if you're watching this, sponsor me. I will literally whore you out for the rest of my life. Okay. Anyway. Dragon Fay Rose, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. Oh yeah. So exciting, so exciting. Your Faith Pookie, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. I hope you guys are doing so well. Sterniolio Fan 3, hi, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. What does it taste like? It tastes like Coca-Cola. Believe it or not, someone, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Finder. Dragon Finder, oh my gosh, dude, Dragon Feather, okay. Bailey and Endrech got me there with their little message there. But welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. We'll see. Okay. It tastes like Coca-Cola. It's like what happened when you smoke the catnip weed? It really nothing. Didn't really, a slight headache. Yeah, I have friends who smoke just catnip though, because they're not into the whole the trippy thing. So what makes it special? There's mushrooms in it. I love that you're interrogating me, someone. You're really keeping me on top of my shit right now. So thank you for keeping me a professional right now. But this literally says, it's an ancient mushroom elixir. It's supposed to awaken your mind and body, clean energy, enjoy a boost of uplifting and sustained energy free of jitters or crash with natural caffeine, mental clarity, sharpen your focus, and feel more alert with reishi, chaga, and turkey tail ancient mushrooms, and balanced mood. Feel awake and grounded with a positive, stress-free attitude and an optimistic outlook. This is so crazy. There's also adaptogenic mushroom infusion of reishi, chaga, turkey tail. This is not a psychoactive drink, by the way. It has black tea, raw pressed apple cider vinegar, cold pressed apple juice, cold pressed lime juice, cinnamon, erythritol, cane sugar, vanilla extract, cola nut, sea salt, black pepper, and stevia leaf. Most organically produced. Does it give you wings though? The Alive might not give you wings, but I'll give you wings. Yeah? Yeah? You want some feathered wings? Yeah? With the feathered dragon wings? I got you, brother, sister. I got you, brother, sister. Silky Guten. We're just kind of hanging out. I just wanted to show you guys my little drink. I don't know why I'm brushing my hair. I just like felt the need to. But it's really exciting because buffalo wings preferably. You know what, someone? If you know what? I totally respect the Red Bull hype, okay? Red Bull, if you want to sponsor me, I'll make the best commercial you've ever seen, brother, sister, okay? But yeah, I prefer buffalo wings too, when they're attached to buffalo. It's actually pretty funny watching buffaloes fly. Anyway, you can't find it in your state, Rebel Child? I think they deliver. You could probably order it online then. Does it have chaga mushroom in it? The Alive? Yes, it does. It has chaga, reishi, and turkey tail. But that's what makes it special. And now that we kind of like did our little catch up, hangout little thing in the beginning, let's jump into the book, shall we? Monsters better than Red Bull. Oh yeah, Nightmare, you're always talking about how you're drinking the Monsters. But actually, I really like Alani's. Like, if I'm gonna have an energy drink, it'll be this. This is literally an energy drink. Like, I literally feel energized. Like, I literally feel so awake after this too, and this doesn't have that much caffeine in it, does it? It says, we're not gonna tell me how much caffeine is it. I think that's, oh, okay. It says there's 75 milligrams of caffeine. Yeah, so like compared to the Alani's that I drink, which is 200, no wonder why I don't crash when I drink this. All right, I hope you guys have some pearls to clutch. All right, because this book is gonna ruin your perception of reality. You've been warned, okay? I'm just letting you know. You have been warned, my brother, sister, okay? Oh no, we're finishing up part 3 today. And we're gonna touch into part 4. So we're going to start with chapter 12. I'll sprinkle the trigger warnings as usual. Yes. Major trigger warning. I actually am not too, I've looked a little bit into what we're gonna read today, but not in the way that I did the previous episode, because that one was like so riddled with like trigger warnings, okay? So I promise you're gonna be offended. So please just take a deep breath and we're gonna do this together. Okay, ready? Chapter 12, part 3, The Women of Greece and Italy. Sex has not yet made too great inroads upon her. She is not merely woman, but a human being. Emily James Putnam. The Women of Classical Greece. According to Marcus Tyrrenius Varro, 116 to 27 BC, Athens toppled women's power in a peak of male jealousy in the reign of Aegeus, about 300 years before the Trojan War. It was only then that the men of Athens, asserting their physical superiority, decreed that women should no longer be elected to the assembly, that children should no longer bear their mothers' names but their fathers', and that the proud name Athenian child of the goddess should no longer apply solely to female Athenians. The men of Athens, of course, retained Athene as their patron deity, but much later, after the Doric conquest and the invention of Zeus, they were to invent for Athene a monstrous, motherless birth from Zeus's head. And they were to make her that heinous anomaly, a man's woman, a traitor to her sex. Is this some kind of freaky history book? Actually, yes, someone. That's like probably the best way to describe this. This book is basically about, it's a historical journey into retracing the steps of human history, trying to find where the origins of God come from. Like, where is God coming from? Retracing the history of what established the patriarchy, and how we have male-dominated societies, and just kind of going as deep as you can to ancient civilizations until we have mysteries. So it's actually, that's like a really good way to describe this book. It is a freaky history book, okay? So according to Aeschylus, writing in the 5th century BC, it was not until after the Trojan War that the father right won out over mother right in Athens. When Agamemnon returned to the war and was murdered by his queen, Clytemnestra, I'm going to read it. It says, spell it. It says Clytemnestra. Orestes, as everyone knows, killed his mother to avenge his father. He was pursued by the ancient goddess the Erinyes, but defended by Apollo, who represented the new male gods. In the Eumendes, Aeschylus dramatizes the struggle between Erinyes, or Emunis, and Apollo over Orestes' revenge murder of his mother. The Eumendes see no wrong in Clytemnestra's murder of her husband, for, quote, the man she killed was not of blood congenital, unquote. But Orestes' murder is heinous and unforgivable, quote, do you forswear your mother's intimate blood, unquote. And they ask and demand the age-old punishment for matricide. Apollo then speaks and voices in his brand new policy of father right, a genetic fallacy that was believed down to the time of rebirth of science. This is crazy. This is a crazy sentence. It says, Apollo then speaks and voices his brand new policy of father right, a genetic fallacy that was believed down to the time of the rebirth of scientific eugenics in the 20th century AD. And this is an excerpt. It says, the mother is no parent of that which is called her child, but only nurse of the new planted seed that grows. The parent is he who mounts. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. 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 What did we learn last time we read this book? Every man ever to exist in the history of humankind owes his existence to his mother. A woman or someone with a uterus. Period. Okay? Oh, Freddie Delago, welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. We are reading The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould David. It's essentially, it is a feminist, excuse me, let me do my best to say this. This literature is a white supremacist, white feminist read of history. It's a very, what's the word? Racist, misogynistic, transphobic, fatphobic, ableist, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, pro-incest. I really could go on. There's so much crap in this, okay? But yeah, so buckle in, because it's a crazy read, I'll tell you that. Despite this fallacious but effective reasoning on the part of Apollo, the Erinyes would still have won out if Athene herself had not switched sides. And this is another excerpt. It is my task to render final judgment here. This is the ballot for Orestes I shall cast. There is no mother anywhere who gave me birth. And, but for marriage, I am always for the male. Author's italics. Yikes. It says, the cad, the traitor, pretending to believe that fairy tale about her birth from Zeus's head, quote, always made for the male, unquote. Indeed, yet even in this vital moment, she acknowledges that she'd never marry one. Burn, brother. Burn, brother, sister. This is probably the first recorded instance of man's use of the brainwashed enemy to brainwash her fellows. Television commercial writers and women's magazines have made an art of it. Yet, although Achilles placed Athene's treachery back in Mycenaean times, long before Zeus actually, and long before the myth of the strange birth of Athene had been invented, the fact is that Greek women did not lose their prestige and power until after the Dorian conquest. Their position even then remained high until Rome succeeded in Christianizing Greece in the 5th century AD, 16 centuries after Orestes' trial for murder. As a matter of historical fact, Greek women of the classical age enjoyed rights and privileges under Athenian law that are still denied women of the United States in these last years of the 20th century AD. Among these rights were 1. The right of abortion and birth control. Plato, in the Laws, recommends that Greek women should bear at least 2 children, quote, the number regarded as adequate by law, unquote, to maintain the population. And in the Politics, Aristotle advises women practicing abortion to do so, quote, before the fetus receives life, unquote. That is, before the 6th month. 6 months. 6 months. Bitch. Okay. Not Greek, being so fucking feminist. Okay. It says, these two passages prove the legality and availability of both birth control and abortion. Yeah, this is crazy. It says, number 2, the right to unilateral divorce, quote, Athenian law, unquote, writes Montesquieu, quote, gave the right of gave the right of repudiation, one-sided divorce without penalty to the woman. But for a man to repudiate his wife, he had to hand over 1/2 of all his wealth to the wife, and the other half to the goddess Ceres, unquote, which obviously influenced him to put up with wifey until she was ready and willing to divorce him. Ash, welcome to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. This is called The First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis. It is the most infuriating and enlightening read I've ever read. It is by far my favorite book, but be warned, it is riddled with Nazi ideology, it's riddled with sexism, it's riddled with female supremacy, white supremacy, degradation of indigenous cultures, misogyny, fucking ableism, fucking all of the nastinesses, okay? Nasty book, okay? That boy, wow, welcome to your Daily Dose of Dragon. The book is called Winnie the Pooh Part 7. Yeah, you're right, Frederick. Okay, number 3, the right to own and administer her own property. Quote, according to Athenian law, the wife's money and property did not pass into the control of her husband, but there was nothing to prevent her giving it to him, unquote. This law differs from that of Rome, where the husband was not permitted to touch his wife's money even with her consent. So it seems like out of these 3, we did have the right to abortion until it was taken out of our law here in America, and we do now have the right to own property as women, and we also have right to divorce, but it's not as feminist a divorce as it was in ancient Greece. So let's see. The canard of the inferiority of Greek women in classical age is repeated by Robert Fallacari in 1959, as if it were a lesson he had learned by rote at his professor's knee. After reciting the formula that Greek women were on a par with slaves, he goes to illustrate, unconsciously as it were, how free Greek women must actually have been. To begin with, he makes the statement that, quote, by the 5th century, the traditional seclusion of women was giving way to numerous exceptions, unquote. If it was, quote, giving way, unquote, in the 5th century, when was it holding sway? Certainly not in the 7th century, when Sappho flourished, and certainly not in the heroic Mycenaean age, when, as Flacillaire himself asserts, quote, women enjoyed all the freedom and privilege, unquote, of Cretan women. So what was this, quote, traditional seclusion, unquote, and how traditional was it? We have here a distinct case of the professional syndrome, a parrot-like repetition of, quote, facts, unquote, propounded by the scholars of the pre-archaeological 19th century. Flacillaire, I don't know, it's Flacieliere, that's his name. So they conclude, in the light of his own studies and open defiance of his teachers, that, quote, perhaps there may be some truth in the supposition that the Greek women altogether lacked the humble and self-efficacying character, unquote, that has been attributed to her. The Oxford Companion to the Classical Literature under, quote, women position of, unquote, takes the same devious route to the same conclusion. First, the statement that Greek women of the classical age had lost the, quote, position and independence, unquote, that they had enjoyed in heroic times, and then an apparently unconscious unfolding of their actual status. Quote, in historical times, says the companion, the women of Sparta had independence and authority. In Athens, the wife could obtain a divorce by judicial decision. In the 5th century, new ideas sprang up tending to emancipate women. During the Hellenistic age, women played an important role. Education was in the reach of women, and we hear women among the pupils of the great philosophers, unquote. There were, quote, women scholars, painters, poetesses, unquote. How Victoria Sackville West hated that monstrous word, unquote. Women were granted honorary citizenship in cities other than their own for services rendered, and a woman was chief magistrate of Perine, unquote. If this is not female emancipation, it comes closer to it than anything we have experienced in the United States since the settlement of Jamestown in 1607. Wow, this is a crazy book, dude. I'm just gonna take a little sippy here. Unquote. Yes, it's a fun word to say. You should try it. It says, in Greece and in Rome, marriage was permitted between brother and sister who had different mothers, but it was considered incestuous for brother and sister of the same mother to marry, even though the fathers were different. This, of course, was a survival of the ancient taboo against sexual relations with the matriarch and her daughters. Paternity did not constitute kinship in Greece any more than it did in Rome or Palestine. Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Okay, I'm sponsoring a family in Gaza. Please click the link in my channel page to help Omar and Mara return home safely. They have lost many members of their family and the bombing is really bad today, so please, 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 even just $5 would really mean a huge difference. Paternity did not constitute kinship in Greece any more than it did in Rome or Palestine or in Polynesian islands before the advent of the Christian missionaries of the 19th century. Flacellaria, I'm really butchering that name, I'm so sorry, with remarkable obtuseness. I love that word. Dude, okay, the Elizabeth roasts in this book are so good. With remarkable obtuseness. Oh, I'd have to use that one. Dude, anytime someone says something stupid to me, I'm literally gonna say, that was remarkably obtuse of you. Dude. Fallacies abound. Okay, anyway. I love this book so much. I am so into it. Okay. It says, with remarkable obtuseness, explains the fact of the legality of agnatic brother-sister marriages as owing to the, quote, urge to ensure the continuity of the family cult, unquote, especially in cases where the female was the heir. Isn't it a bar, Freddie? I fucking know, man. Remarkable obtuseness. It's so funny. Okay. In the same explanation given in 1842 by one Charles Anthon, quote, professor of the Greek and Latin languages in Columbia College, unquote, American editor, a dictionary of Greek and Roman antiquities, quote, brother and sister by the same mother, unquote, states this dictionary, quote, were forbidden to marry, but marriage between collateral agnatic relations was encouraged in order to keep the property in the family, unquote, when, quote, the family relative was the heiress, unquote. Thus does scholarship progress. It seems impossible that the Greeks, among the most civilized people, could have failed in this, quote, one most important mark of civilization, the elevation of women, unquote. And the writings of the ancient Greeks themselves do not indicate any suppression of the rights of women. The contemporary Greek writers, as well as Plutarch a little later, betray the essential freedom of Greek women in their casual revelations of daily life. From these writings, the evidence is inescapable that Greek women enjoyed a high degree of independence. Coughs, hoodie coughs. That's funny. Anyway, it says, Greek wives attended salons with their husbands, held, quote, stag, quote, drinking parties at which their husbands grumbled but dare not object, and made up large segments of the audiences at the performances of the Broadway plays of Aristophanes. These facts do not accord with the picture of subservient, housebound Greek wives portrayed by scholars of the 19th century. Greek women had what? Freedom! What? Freedom! What? Freedom! And they were not fucking owned by their master husbands. Okay. And we continue, okay. It says, the common belief in the subjugation of women in the classical Greece must go the way of all theory based on misinterpretation. Quote, the subservience of Greek women, unquote, writes Jacquetta Hawkes? Hopefully I said that right. Quote, has been greatly exaggerated through the bias of 19th century scholarship, unquote. The misconception seems to have arisen because of the high incidence of homosexuality. The syllogism in the 19th century went something like this, and this is an excerpt. It says, women are nothing without the love of men. Greek men loved Greek boys to the exclusion of women. Ergo, Greek women were nothing. I'm sorry, what? Trigger warning, I'm sorry, what? They really do want to be gay, bro. They really do want to be gay, bro. But I think that's a little more than gay, bro. That's not, no, that's nowhere near gay, bro. That's just pedophilia. I'm sorry, what? I'm gonna read that again. It says, women are nothing without the love of men. Greek men loved Greek boys to the exclusion of women. Ergo, Greek women were nothing. Elizabeth, why do you talk so much about children? I don't know. It's like very creepy. Like, dear Lord, that went sideways. Yeah, honestly, cooked. LOL. Yeah, seriously. Seriously, my grandmother was from Athens and my grandfather was from Spartan. Oh my gosh, Christine Estrada, welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. That's so exciting, dude. That's so freaking exciting. Okay, Greek philosophers were wild. Yeah, you know it. You guys know it. Anyway, but as A.J. Simons points out, pedestry was primarily a fad among the students, the intellectuals, and the military, the average citizen being unaffected by it. Quote, it does not follow from the facts of Greek love among men, unquote. He writes, quote, that women were excluded from an important position either in Athens or in Sparta. The women of Sophocles and Euphrates in the noble ladies of Plutarch warn us to be cautious in our conclusions on this topic, unquote. Interesting. It says, the comedies of Aristophanes express feminist sympathies with the rich and sexual humor. Quote, women, unquote, observes Hawks, quote, who were free to enjoy this kind of thing were in no state of dire frustration, unquote. Or one might add, of harem-like subjugation. The rollicking and determined women in Lystrata certainly do not portray suppressed or intimidated wives. In Greek art, Simons continues, Aphrodite, the goddess of romantic love, holds her own palace besides Eros, the god of pederastic love or sodomy. I'm sorry. Are you telling me Eros is a god of pedophilia? Oh, I want to throw up. What did I just read? Please don't look up the word pedestry. Please don't look up the word pedestry, okay? Major trigger warning. Was there a god for pedophilia? You tell me right now. Ooh, I don't want to read it. Okay. Dear Lord. Okay, it says, clutch your pearls. Okay, it says, in Greek art, Simons continues, Aphrodite, the goddess of romantic love, holds her own palace besides Eros, the god of pederastic love or sodomy. Pederastic love or sodomy. And Artemis, the eternal divine virgin, is as prominent as Ganymede, a god of passive pedestry, beloved of Zeus. Oh dear Lord. Oh dear Lord. Oh, so they were cool with it because their husbands left them alone. That makes sense. I'm gonna cry. That's actually the funniest thing I've ever read. Hazy, thank you. I needed that. I needed that palate cleanser. Because what did I just read? Excuse me? Are you telling me there were multiple gods? I'm gonna pass it. Evangeline Moonrise. This book is called The First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis. Major trigger warning if you want to read it yourself. It's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot. Okay. It says, when two such prominent men as Socrates and Plato proclaimed the equality of women, it would have been hard for the mere citizen to confute them. Quote, the feminism of Plato and Pythagoras, unquote, says Hawks, quote, could not have helped but be widely influential, unquote. Plato in the Republic says, quote, no calling in the life of the city belongs to woman as woman or to man as man. By nature, the woman has a share in all practices, and so has the man. For a woman to hold the guardianship public office, she will not need special education. We will be dealing with the same nature in women as in man, and the same education will be required for both, unquote. For the only difference between the sexes is that, quote, men beget and women bear children, unquote. Plato was a feminist, bro. Plato was a feminist, bro. Damn, okay, Plato. 10 points to Gryffindor. It says this confidence in female ability, unbelievable by the 19th century scholars, was voiced by a Greek who was not only himself a lover of boys, but who gave his very name to a form of homosexual love. So it does not follow that physical love for boys necessarily predisposes a man to despise women. The 19th century syllogism notwithstanding, Pericles loved boys. Why does it have to say boys? No way! Google associates Eros with Cupid, and Cupid is typically depicted as a child, which makes this even worse. Oh dear God, bro. Oh dear God, bro. What's that, brother? What's that, brother? Ooh, brother, ooh. Okay, anyway. Clutch your pearls, okay, ready? It says, oh God. It says, okay. Where did it say? Where did it say? Okay. Pericles loved boys, but he also loved and admired Aspasia, whom he considered his wisest advisor. Quote, he loved her with the most wonderful affection, unquote, writes Plutarch. Quote, Aspasia was courted by Pericles because of her great knowledge and skill in politics. Socrates also consulted her for her wisdom and brought his students to visit her. Men who frequented her salon brought their wives, authors italics, with them to listen to her, unquote. Most modern reporters on Greek life omit this last passage in Plutarch, the fact of wives accompanying their husbands to literary salons being uncongenial to the accepted myth of their intellectual inferiority. Yeah, major trigger warning. The immortal funeral oration delivered by Pericles over the Athenians who lost their lives in the Peloponnesian War were actually composed by Aspasia, according to Plato and Menexenus, who quotes Socrates to this effect. Socrates avowed himself a pupil of Aspasia, and it was one of her salons that he first met the boy Alcibiades, the ward of Pericles, and fell in love with him. Quote, Aspasia saw how intensely Socrates admired the boy and wittily counseled, I can't read. Aspasia saw how intensely Socrates admired the boy and wittily counseled him in verse and in the art of pederastic love, unquote. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning for children abuse. Okay, where are we? It says, the brilliant Aspasia was significantly an Ionian from Miletus and Caria, a Celt, question mark, Alcibiades, Alcibiades, who was so passionately loved by the great Socrates himself, loved his wife Hipparete. Plutarch tells us of Alcibiades himself, loved his wife Hipparete. Plutarch tells us of Alcibiades carrying off Hipparete and winning back her love on the occasion of her divorce proceedings against him, and that he succeeded so well that she spent the rest of her life with him. Despite the romantic love for boys, Socrates and Plato welcomed girls as students, as did Epicurus and Pythagoras. Pythagoras had many girl pupils. The most famous have been Theocralia, the head of the priesthood of Apollo at Delphi. Theano is a brilliant mathematician of Italy. He considered his finest student and named her his successor at the famous Institute of Philosophy he founded at Croton. In his old age, he married her, and she thus became the head of the Pythagorean order. The Pythagorean prayer speaks more vocally for the Greek attitude toward women than all the 19th century scholarship combined. Here we have a excerpt. Ready? Yes, Carlin Parker! Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Feather. Good to see you. It says, here's an excerpt. Honor be to women on earth as in heaven, and may she be sanctified and help us to mount to the great soul of the world who gives birth, preserves, and renews, the divine goddess who bears along all souls in her mantle of light. Seems like Eros is the Greek name and Cupid being the Roman name. Google leaves out a lot of details about Eros, but just from the surface level Google search, Google is basically saying Eros is another name for Cupid, and usually Cupid is depicted as a male child. Odysseus was bi. You can't change my mind. No, you might be right, Evangeline. I'm so serious. Are you ready? All right. Here is another trigger warning because I just don't know what's coming next. Okay. It says, was the Christians, not the pagan Greeks, who debated whether women had souls? I'm sorry, what? What do you mean you're going to debate if women have souls? Yeah, rebel child, what the... It was the Christians, not the pagan Greeks, who debated whether women had souls. As was done in all seriousness at a 16th century council at Macon. At this infamous council, incidentally, it was the Celtic bishops of Britain, the pre-Augustinian apostolistic prelates of Celtic Glastonbury, who saved the day for women, thus saving the souls of half the human race. Greek philosophers believed the only true love, eros, was between men, hence eroticism. Hazy, you just cracked my soul with that one. Respectfully, sometimes Christian logic makes no sense. Factual. Audacious much? Yeah, for real. What do you mean you're gonna freaking debate this shit? You guys are weirdos. These people are weirdos, okay? All right, it says, Sparta is acknowledged to have been a more feminist city than its sister Athens. It was a Spartan lady who, on hearing that the Spartan women had the reputation of ruling their men, replied that they also gave birth to men, a fine retort. In Sparta, girls and boys were brought up together from birth, swimming, exercising, and learning together. Plutarch tells of the training of children in Sparta in his life of Lycurgus. Quote, the girls like the boys go naked in the processions, at the dances, at the solemn feasts, and in athletics. Nor is there anything shameful in this nakedness of the young women. Modesty attends them, and all wantedness is excluded, unquote. Imagine a world where women and men could compete in sports naked and there's no shame. Oh my god, my brain, my heart, my soul. I'm hurting. This book hurts, you guys. This book really hurts. I'm just gonna read that again. Because, like, as a woman who's been, like, and I even get it on this live, too, sometimes. Like, sometimes if I wear something that, like, shows that I have big boobs, because I do, okay? If I wear something busty or, like, cheeky, everybody, not everybody, but it seems like everybody has something to say about it, right? Like, people would be like, that's too much for me. Like, you're too... There's nothing shameful about me having boobs. Fuck you people. Like, if you can't watch me because my tits are too big, you should probably go talk to God about that, because that's fucking weird. Fucking weird. Okay? As a mod, I know exactly what she's talking about. When she wears certain outfits, I have a busy night. I'm so sorry, Nightmare. It's not my fault. Everybody's fucking weird, okay? They're fucking weirdos. I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh my god, Lance of Dance, I came in and just heard the word naked. What happened here? Well, Lance. I love that you just come in at the best places. You always just pop in at the best times. We're reading the book again, The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis. Yeah, so there's that. Okay. I'm just gonna read this again because my heart fucking is broken. It says, the girls like the boys go naked in the processions, at the dances, at the solemn feasts, and in athletics. Nor is there anything shameful in this nakedness of the young women. Modesty attends them, and all wantedness is excluded, unquote. That's what I really want to focus on here. All wantonness is excluded. That means that when these women are naked in these games and these dances at these feasts, they're not shamed for it and they're not praised for it. They're not like worshipped for it. They are just treated as human beings. I should be able to go outside with my naked boobs out and no one bats an eye. No one should be obsessed with that. No one should be shaming me for that. It's just a body. It's just a body. That line really fucking hurt. Okay. The Ionic Attica, Athens, as well as in Doric Lacedaemon, Sparta, girls and women ran, wrestled, hunted, and competed in the games with boys and men. At the Olympic Games, they had their own events, sacred to Hera, which more often than not stole the limelight from the men's events. I'm sorry. Olympic Games 2024 fucking France fucking shaming a woman for looking too quote unquote masculine. Did you know, Paris, fucking Paris, did you know that the Olympics had sacred events to Hera, which were more often than not stole the limelights from the men's events? Did you know? Did you know? Bitches. The modern craze of, quote, sexual identity, unquote, that decks little girls out in pink ribbons and little boys out in cowboy hats and gun holsters had fortunately not been adopted as a disguised effort to accentuate not the sex difference, but the, quote, caste, quote, difference between modern male and female, a plot to instill feelings of superiority in the boy and inferiority in the girl. Wow. Oh. This book, guys. I'm gonna read that one more time. The modern craze of, quote, sexual identity, unquote, that decks little girls out in pink ribbons and little boys out in cowboy hats and gun holsters had fortunately not been adopted as a disguised effort to accentuate not the sex difference, but the, quote, caste difference, unquote, between modern male and female. A plot to instill feelings of superiority in the boy and inferiority in the girl. Women are seen as a lower caste than men. Books are classed as male pleasure objects, which plays into the saying you are fighting to get out of them. Interesting, Jeanette Evans. I did not know that. Hi, Moon Marjorie. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Mother. We are reading The First Sex, the book that's really offensive. Yeah, brace yourself because it's really bad today. It says, as the 19th century French scholar Chaucer observed, quote, always behind official Greek history and philosophy appear many half-veiled through luminous women through, I cannot read, quote, away behind official Greek history and philosophy appear many half-veiled though luminous women forms. There was Theoclia, who inspired Pythagoras, Corinna, the rival of Pindar among the greatest of Greek poets. There was the mysterious Diotima, who appeared at Plato's banquet to give the supreme revelation of love, unquote. And there were also Aspasia, Theano, Sappho, Aristoclea, Nausicaa, and Erina, among many now forgotten whose names they had been men, would be as truly, quote, household words, unquote, as the names of Homer and Plato. By the side of these exceptional women, the ordinary Greek women exercised a veritable priesthood at the family hearth and in the gynaeceum. Quote, indeed, she created those great poets and artists so we greatly admire, for their education was entirely in her hands, unquote. Up to the age of 8 years, Greek boys and girls were confined to the women's households where no man might enter, not even the husband and father. Quote, the wisdom of antiquity looked upon the child as a sensitive plant who needed the great encircling love of a mother and protection against the influence of the father, whose coarser nature might adversarially affect the child's development and stunt the awakening and growing soul, unquote. I'm sorry, what? I need my obsidian octopus. I love that. That boy, wow. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Good to have you here. BRB, I'm getting some brownies. Hell yeah, that's awesome. OMG lols, might because dad is bugging little budgering. Yes. Hey, see. How many children today? How many children today truly are fucked up because of what their dads did to them? I'll wait. Am I saying that fathers should have no access to their children in a parental sense? No. What I'm saying is it's curious. It's curious, okay? Curious, okay? All right, let's see. Where are we at? I think I need to read that again. The wisdom of antiquity looked upon the child as a sensitive plant who needed the great encircling love of a mother and protection against the influence of the father, whose coarser nature might adversarially affect the child's development and stunt the awakening and growing soul. The gynocracy, I don't know if I can handle this. Yeah, Gen X. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Pepe Shedele 420. Welcome to your daily dose of Dragon Feather, my friends. I'm still fed up because of my dad. It's been taking a lot of work to unlearn what was beaten into me growing up. Yeah, Nightmare Fuel Studios like that, I can only imagine. And you know what? I could totally feel why maybe someone like you would be like, yeah, I like this Greek idea, you know? I wouldn't trust ancient Greek men around kids given their views towards sex and kids. Yeah. Yes, hey, Vale, you're so right about that. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry, I was trying to say boob are classed as male pleasure objects, which plays into the saying fighting for 9 months to get out of the womb and the rest of their life getting in. Oh, that's so bizarre, Jeanette Evans. That one chills up my spine. I didn't like that message. It says, quote, nobody can deny that Hellenic civilization showed the highest respect for the feminine principle. The Great Mother and the other aspects of the goddess received far more devotion and worship than Zeus, even as the Virgin Mother does in Catholic lands today. Over the city, Athena presided. Over the city, Athena presided. The finest things of life were personified as gracias, muses, justice, wisdom, and peace. All feminine. No other people had paid a higher tribute to the feminine principle, unquote. And certainly no people of modern Christian times has paid so high a tribute. And certainly no people of modern Christian times has paid so high a tribute. This is a witchcraft book. Women used to actually rule the world. Yes, Pepe. Love you. This book is called The First Sex by Elizabeth Gold Davis, and I affectionately refer to this book as my Bible, mostly because it is the exact representation. It has literally dragons in here, which blew me away. It basically says God is a dragon, a feminine dragon, literally Tiamat, the great goddess dragon, creation dragon. And then it says that fairy queens were pretty much used to be Celtic warrior women who ruled the lands. Have you read Margaret Murray? No, but I believe she's actually referenced in this book. A lot, actually. I have a feeling she's referenced in this book. That name sounds really familiar, and I think it's because it's in this book. But yeah, this is crazy. It's also, I really recommend watching the rest of the episodes. I have a playlist on my channel for this series called My Bible, The First Sex Book Breakdown, in parentheses, and I just love this, okay? I just love this book. It's so good, okay? Ready? The next section of this chapter is called Etruscan Women, okay? It says, when in the 6th century BC, about 200 years after Romulus, the Etruscan princes, the Tarquins, rode into Rome to visit Lucretia, the Roman wife of one of them. They found her, quote, employed at her wool, sitting in the midst of her maids, unquote. They were struck by the contrast between this domesticated Roman matron and their Etruscan sisters and wives, whom they had left behind in Latinum, quote, whooping it up, unquote, at a cocktail party in true Cretan style, without a domestic care in the world. It was this tale, no doubt, in the contrast between the prudent and prudish Roman matron and the merry wives of Tusculum, that gave the later their bad name in Roman society. Everyone knows what happened to poor Lucretia as a result of this famous midnight visit of her husband and his kinsmen. How one of her Tarquin in-laws later returned, and I can't read that, R-worded her, and how she killed herself for very shame. William Shakespeare tells the sorry tale in, quote, the R word of Lucre, as does Thomas Macaulay in Lays of Ancient Rome. Major trigger warning, by the way. It says, Jacques Hergen writes, quote, in the opinion of the Romans, Etruscan women had a rather bad reputation, unquote. Yet, quote, the Etruscan woman was invested in her own country and with an authority that was sovereign. Artistic, cultivated, interested in Hellenic refinements, she was the bringer of civilization to her homeland. Finally, venerated in the tomb as an emanation of divine power, she held a privileged position which recalls that of Eridani in Ionian Crete, unquote. The Etruscan woman was very active, both socially and politically. In the frescoes of bas-reliefs of Umbria, she is portrayed as always in the forefront of the scene. Like the women of Mycenae and Crete, she is depicted attending public functions, seated in the best seats at sports events, reclining at banquets with men, enjoying herself at concerts and in theater, always poised, sure of herself, as women can be only in a woman-dominated society. Back in the 1820s, long before the remarkable, quote, preconception shattering, unquote, discoveries of the recent 20th century archaeology, when the Etruscan tombs alone had pointed to the truth about the buried past, J.A. Kammer wrote, quote, it is singular that two customs peculiar to the Etruscans, as we discover from their monuments, should have been noticed by Herodotus as characteristic of the Lycians and Lydians. The first is that the Etruscans invariably describe their parentage and family with reference to the mother and not the father. The other is that they admitted their wives to their banquets and in public events, unquote. In 1964, nearly 150 years later, Huragon wrote, quote, one of the most certain facets of ancient civilization was the eminent dignity and authority of the materfamilias, the head of the family. The feminism of the Etruscan civilization, strange as it may seem to us, is not an Etruscan phenomenon, but it is survival of an ancient and worldwide modus vivendi, unquote, when women was dominant. Hells yeah. As in other modified gynocracies of historical time, kings reigned in Italy, but they reigned as viceroys of women. They ruled by permission of their wives or mothers, who were the hereditary heirs to the throne, as in Egypt, Persia, and Mycenae in late historical times, and even in pre-Republican Rome. Livy tells in shocked tones of Tullia, the wife of Lucius Tarquinius, who, quote, driving into the Roman Forum in her chariot, unabashed by the crowd of men present, called her husband out of the Senate house and was first to greet him king, unquote. Tullia, an Etruscan lady, was only performing the expected function of a royal wife, for she was the daughter of the old king and queen, and therefore it was in her power to make a new king. But Livy, first century patriarchal Roman that he was, unaware of earlier customs, was shocked by the incident. Quote, these words, she was first to call him king, unquote, observes Herugian, quote, are one of those fossils buried in an ancient tradition, an immemorial usage in which the Etruscan women, as in Cretan and Egyptian society, had the status, incomprehensible to Livy, of, quote, kingmaker, unquote, as if the legitimate monarchy depended on the queen's designation and consecration of the monarch, unquote. as it had in all ancient societies. That's crazy. Let me catch up with this chat. That Egyptian symbol you always see shapes like a cross actually is uterus. Yes, it is. Represents the royal room of royalty or something. That's amazing. Or I've heard it called the key to life. It says, that explains why the Ankh symbol has always given me feminine vibes. Yes. I've always associated it with feminine energy. It just felt right. Hell yeah. Yes, it does. Looks like a uterus. So cool. Hell yeah. I love uteruses. Me too. I wish mine treated me better. But anyway. It says, Raymond Bloch writes, quote, the position occupied by the women among the Etruscans was a privileged one and had nothing in common with the humble and subordinate condition of the Greek woman. This is, however, a mark of civilization, which we also observe in the social structure of Crete and Mycenae. Inscriptions confirm the status enjoyed by the Etruscan women. Frequently, the person dedicating the inscription mentions, with or more often without mentioning the name of his father, that of his mother. There is evidence of this use of the matromic, the mother's name, in Anatolia, and particularly in Lydia. Perhaps, quote, perhaps, unquote, Hedges Bloch, quote, we can see traces in it of an ancient matriarchy, unquote, perhaps indeed. Oh, I wish I could read. I cannot read. Oh, are you telling things that that looks questionable to me. That looks questionable to me. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Okay, where is it? Contrary to Bloch's caution, Herodion sees an outright gynocracy lingering in the customs of Etruscans, a gynocracy inherited from the ancient civilization from which they were directly descended by way of Anatolian Lydia. The burial customs of the Etruscans, as a matter of fact, bring forcibly to mind those burials at Catal Huyuk, where the tombs were all women's, and men's bones were heaped in a charnel house. In Etruria, however, the male status had improved to the point where men were entombed with their wives and mothers, although not in the place of honor. The large sarcophagus in each tomb opened in Umbria had been found to be that of a woman. Around her may repose the body of her husband and children, but her name alone is on the tomb. Occasionally, a baby daughter may share with her the honor of the sarcophagus, but never a son. Yeah, free Palestine. Free Palestine. This is a Palestinian channel. Good talk, good talk. Good talk, good talk. Okay. It says, quote, as it was as if, unquote, writes Herodian, quote, the Etruscans had considered women to be of a superior essence. Woman by her very nature was considered to participate in that of the divinity who reigned in all the temples. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Claudius, the most gentle and most feminist among the imperial Caesars, was married in his boyhood to Urgulanilla, an Etruscan girl. It was because of her that the scholarly Claudius became interested in the Etruscan people and wrote his 12-volume history, regrettably now lost, about them. That sucks. There can be no doubt that this study accounted for Claudius's noble concept of women and his lifelong deference to them. It was possibly his expression of this phylogeny in his great work that accounts for the disappearance of the entire mammoth history in early Christian times. It was Claudius's Etruscan mother-in-law, Urgulania, incidentally, about whom Tacitus writes in the Annales as having had great influence with the Emperor Augustus. During the reign of Tiberius, this imperious old lady had wordlessly sent a dagger to her own Roman grandson as a hint to him to kill himself rather than stand trial for the suspected murder of his wife. The grandson, Marcus Platus Silvanus, meekly stabbed himself to death with the dagger, but whether to avoid the trial or out of fear of disobeying his grandmother, no one will ever know. Even into the days of the empire, when the Etruscan nation no longer existed, and when its past greatness had already been forgotten by the Romans, the Etruscan dowager still inspired terror in the Roman male. Interesting. It says, if you look at the Egyptians, Norse, Greek, and early Roman pantheons of gods, they depicted both men and women. Christianity, Judaism, Islam made it all about men. I wonder why. Very curious in Gen X. I will say, though, that in the Quran, it is referenced as a law being a he, but it's also referenced a law being a we. So do with that as you will. But like in the Bible, it's always he. It's not like we. It's like he or Heavenly Father, right? It's not like no royal pronouns are used in the Bible, but they are in the Quran. So I think that's interesting. Sorry, my screen reader didn't catch that. All the pagan religions depicted both gods and goddesses. Even some deities were both, like Loki. The Abrahamic religions only have one male deity. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Nightmare Fuel Studios. They didn't have a Wendy's. Damn it, Jessica Kruger. That sucks, man. They didn't have a Wendy's, too. How can there be a father but no mother? Exactly what I want to know. Thank you. Okay. All right, next section called Roman Women. This chapter is a little bit longer than I thought. Holy shit. We aren't even through the first chapter yet, brother, sister. Okay. Already been on here for an hour. This is gonna be a long one, I think. I feel like it's gonna be a long one, but I hope you guys are down for your little bedtime story, okay? Because this is my bedtime story, okay? Roman women. I'm excited. We have the authority of Livy that the original Roman tribes, or curiae, were named for the women. Romulus, the founder of Rome in the 8th century BC, quote, when dividing the people into 30 curiae, called the curiae after the women's names, unquote. There could be no more convincing proof that the Romans were originally a collection of matriarchal tribes who bore the names of their mothers. Further evidence of the gynearchic social structure of early Rome is found in the very words denoting kinship. Cognate kinship, relationship through the mother, was cognatus, born within the tribe, while agnate relationship, that through the father, was agnatus, added to or born outside the tribe. This indicates an active exogamy, exogamy, where the husbands were added to the wife's tribe and forfeited by virtue of their marriage all connection with their own. Roman law of the Republic continued this differentiation between cognate and agnate relationship by legalizing marriage between cousins and even siblings on the father's side, but banning it between half-brother and sister who had the same mother and between cousins related on their mother's side. In Rome, one could marry one's father's niece or aunt or daughter, but not one's mother's niece or aunt or daughter. The belief being that relationship through the mother was the only tie, that origin in a common womb was the only kinship. Abrahamic religion was started by ancient dudes, bro. Jessica Kruger. You are absolutely right. Even 25% of this book contains truth. We need to revise our entire worldview. Yeah, Gen X, you're so right about that. Hello everyone, Hope Hoskin. Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. We are reading The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould David. It is a very curiously compelling read that will make you go wow, and also holy shit, that was disturbing at the same time. So you've been warned. You might be very disturbed by this. So let's go. I do think that it's really interesting that it says the origin in a common womb was the only kinship. So if you share the womb, that's family. Interesting. It says Malinowski, the distinguished anthropologist, was oddly surprised when he found this same custom still operating in the 20th century AD in the Tobarrian Islands in the remote Pacific. Quote, they have only one word for kinship, and it is viola, or viola. Now this term means kinship in the maternal line only and does not embrace even the kinship between a father and his children, nor between any agnatically related people. Thus the line of demarcation between paternal agnatic relationship and maternal cognatic kinship, or viola, corresponds to the division between those people who are of the same body and those who are not of the same body, unquote. My point exactly. My point, exactly. The very name of the great Claudian family of the emperors was derived, according to Tacitus, from Claudia Quintina, a great lady of early Rome, not from any, quote, Claudius, unquote, as we have seen. Originally, as among the Etruscans in historical times, Roman children bore the name of their mothers, and only later in the Republic was the father's name, the agnomen, added. To this day, in many Latin countries, notably Spain and Latin America, children bear the family names of both parents, as they once did throughout the civilized world. As in Greece, Roman women were the sole educators of their young children. Tacitus, Plutarch, and Cicero all mention the important part played by the Roman matron in the education of her children. Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi, quote, "These are my jewels," unquote, was a typical example, but Ariella, the mother of Julius Caesar, and Attia, the mother of Augustus, devoted their lives to the education of their fatherless sons. It is an arresting fact that most great men who have left their mark on history have been products of feminine rearing. She said it, I didn't. Among certain branches of the Celts, the education of the boys as well as the girls was entrusted to the academies run by women, who taught not only all the arts of peace from philosophy to poetry, but also the arts of warfare, equestrianism, swordplay, use of lance, etc. As in Greece, the women of Rome took an active part in all fields of athletics, and Juvenal, that inveterate scold, is unsparing in his criticism of women who, quote, "join the hunt in men's clothes," unquote, and of those who, quote, "devote themselves to fencing and wrestling," unquote. Quote, "What modesty can you expect in a woman?" unquote, he asks, man-like, quote, "who abjures her sex and delights in feats of strength," unquote. Voluntary birth control and legal abortion, always indicative of feminine emancipation, were practiced by the Roman women as by the Greek, in Martial's praise to Claudia Rufina applies. Yeah, trigger warning, it's about to get weird. Here it might be well to unmask the lie of infant exposure among the Romans. Our textbooks teach us that those perfidious pagans habitually abandoned their unwanted babies, especially their girl babies, and left them to die of hunger and neglect. Female students in ancient history classes are wont to shrivel their seats at this proof of the unworthiness of the despised and miserable sex, while the males preen themselves and cast pitying glances at their less valuable classmates. Yet this canard has no more validity than the similar one of wife immolation among the ancient Europeans. Both fairy tales were invented by the masculist historians of the Christian era, whose purpose was to discredit the two greatest obstacles to the acceptance of Christianity: contended paganism and the high value the pagans placed upon women. Fuck, bro. That's why your Bible and your Quran hates pagans so much. So thoroughly had the lie of infant exposure been accepted, however, that in 18th century the very Christian Lord Montesquieu, in compiling his classic history of the law, had surprised to find no legal or historical evidence for it. Quote, "We find no Roman law," unquote, he writes, quote, "that permitted the exposure of children," unquote. What Montesquieu did find was a Roman law of 485 BC, year of Rome 265, requiring that all children be educated equally regardless of sex or social condition. In 450 BC, year of Rome, or AUC, Ab Urb Condia 300, a statute of 12 tables permitted the, quote, "stifling," quote, "at birth of monstrously deformed infants, provided 5 disinterested persons were able to testify to the child's hopeless deformity." And this is a far cry from, quote, "exposure," unquote. I think we just should have a moment of silence for all the children who were casted away by the adults who were too afraid to care for them because they looked a little different. Those babies did not deserve to be neglected, did not deserve to die that way. They were children. children. Just because children are born a little differently doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. This really just proves how horrible women have been treated for so long. Yes, Evangeline Moonrise. Yeah. Yeah, not the femicide. Honestly, it's so fucked up. I keep wanting this book to be a pack of lies for my own sanity. I know, Gen X. Me too. It's so hard to read this book. It says... Oh, wait, I think I just did that. Recent writers on Roman social customs acknowledge that the exposure of female infants had long been presumed from the fact that there were so few daughters in Roman families of the Republic and the Empire, but so were the very few sons in Roman families, and the reason is simple. Birth control and legal abortion limited family size to an average of less than 2 children per family. We have seen Plato pleading with the women of Greece to produce at least 2 children. The marshal praised to the skies a Roman matron who bore the unprecedented total of 3. It was without any doubt the disgruntlement of the early church, quote, fathers, unquote, at this evidence of feminine privilege in Rome that prompted Constantine, the first Christian emperor in the 4th century, to make voluntary abortion a criminal offense. Ever since then, the church, and with it modern society, has insisted that the unformed, unborn, and lifeless fetus is more valuable to society than the life of the woman on whose body it is battering. It really did start with Christianity. Christianity is probably the reason why we hate women so much in today's society. Oh, that sucks so bad, bro. Oh, that hurts my literal everything. Damn, Daniel. People are like a flock of birds in that way. If they find a bird in the flock that looks even slightly different, they attack. Yeah, you're right, Lance of Dance. But not every people are like that, right? There's some people who have such huge hearts. We women have been fighting Republicans, man, LOL, even in ancient Rome. Yes, we were, Hazy. Women do not rule the world right now from behind the scenes. You want to know why? Because if it did, we would not have things like war in Palestine. I should say genocide in Palestine. We would not have genocide in Congo. We would not, the world would not look like this. We would not have climate change. We would not have, drilling of oils. We would be pushing ways to nurture the planet. You might call me sexist for saying that, but I will die on that hill. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, not sorry. All right. It says, let's see. Punishment for abortion became so popular a form of women torturing among the Christians that in the 11th century, the Holy Roman Emperor Henry II, from 973 to 1024, made it a criminal offense for a woman to miscarry even unwillingly, and any woman who lost a child through miscarriage was condemned to death by burning. Trigger warning. These next few paragraphs are going to be really hard, guys. When they were putting the Bible together, they say they omitted feminine texts. In other words, there could have been a balanced Bible in a different timeline. Gen X, there is a balanced Bible. Thank you for saying that, actually. Because there are actually prophets that were women, like Mary Magdalene. We will do a video on Mary Magdalene very soon. My Dragon Guardians tell me I don't know enough about her to do a stream yet. But basically, there were very, very, very many feminist books. If you look into the Apocrypha, for example, the Book of Enoch is one of them, but like Mary Magdalene's teachings were very much destroyed because she was the predecessor for Jesus Christ. And so if you look back into, what's it called? It's not the Etruscan Bible, it starts with an E. But it's like the source for Christianity, for Christian mysticism. Yeah, Magdalene book. That just confirmed my comment up above. What did you say? It said, oh, I almost lost myself. It says, what did you say, my friend? I guess I missed your comment. I don't know where you said. Magdalene. Yes. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene. Yes, Hasey. Yes. The pagans used to worship trees, but they were converted to Christianity and upgraded to a bush. A burning bush! LOL. Oh my gosh, that's so fucking cringe, Pepe. Let's continue, okay? I'm a little anxious to read this, okay? Major trigger warning. This is the Ethiopian Bible. Thank you, James. Thank you, Jay Jones. Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. I couldn't do without you. I said early forms of Judaism had more in common with paganism than Christianity. Today, Judaism takes influence from Christianity. Yes, Nightmare Fuel Studios. Yes. Some of the best teachings we have for modern day mysticism, the best occult teachings, any esoteric type of things, literally come from some of the early Jewish teachings. So that checks. All right, trigger warning again. It says, we no longer burn them alive, but today's laws in most states demand that women jeopardize their lives in order to bring to fruition any and all seed that is carelessly deposited within them. However socially undesirable the matured organism is certain to be, or at whatever risk to the physical and mental health of the mother. However socially undesirable the matured organism is certain to be. Elizabeth, you don't miss with your insults. She's so cunty. I love her. Fucking brat, bro. She's such a brat for that. Dude, she's like 365 gonna insult these men alive. I'm crying, okay. Yeah, honestly, rebel child. Trigger warning for any wild cards. It says, in Look magazine of November 4th, 1969, a woman whose life was legally put into jeopardy by the medical profession in order that her fetus might survive asks, quote, why was the fetus's life so much more important to them than mine, unquote. It is an old question among Christian women, and its answers lies in the barbaric and gynophobic minds of the church fathers and in our accepted Judeo-Christian, quote, morality, unquote. The more civilized Romans, like the Greeks, considered the woman's body her own property and hers the right to bear or not to bear as she saw fit. For many reasons, Greek and Roman women preferred small families, and with birth control and safe abortion easily available, they were able to indulge this preference. The ancients considered the education of their children as important as their lives, and the offspring of small families could receive better educations than those of larger families. In Rome, the daughters were as carefully educated in the classics and in philosophy, rhetoric, history, and logic as were their sons. Pliny the Younger, in his letters, admires the erudition of his friends' wives and lavishes praise on his own wife, Calpurnia, for her taste in literature and for the lack of pedantry in her learning. Gesius Monsunius Rufus, a lecturer and philosopher in the reigns of Claudius and Nero, like Plato in Greece, proclaimed the moral and intellectual quality of the two sexes and insisted on the right of all women to individual dignity and independence. Love you, girl. Love you, bro. Bro? Oh, yeah, it was a bro. Sorry. Homie knew what's up. It says, divorce laws, another bellwether of feminine emancipation, were as favorable to women in Rome as in Greece. Plutarch refers to the ease with which women could divorce their husbands in Athens of the 5th century BC. And in Rome, the laws were no less lenient. Juvenile rails against the women who, after, quote, lording it over her husband for years, unquote, divorces him at the slightest whim and leaves him alone and helpless in his old age. Grounds for divorce were numerous, among them being the age or poor health of the husband and even his absence on army duty at the front, none of which is grounds for divorce today in even our most enlightened states. However, today we can get whatever divorce we want, but not when we had, not in this one. Gynophobic, lol. That's wild. New favorite word. Don't you love it, you gynophobes? I love it. I'm gonna have to use it as an insult too. Quote, women obtained great power and influence in the Roman Empire, unquote, writes P. Donaldson. Quote, they enjoyed freedom of intercourse in society. They studied literature and philosophy. They took part in political affairs. They defended their own law cases if they wished. And they engaged in the government of provinces and the writing of books. But all this was swept away in the rising tide of Christianity, unquote. That's so sad. We're almost done with this chapter. It says, it has been the custom of Christian historians for 18 centuries to bewail the freedom of Roman women and to hold them responsible for the decline of the Roman Empire. The real reason for the decline of the Roman Empire was them taking rights away from women. And I will die on that hill. Rome fell because women fell inside of Rome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. It says, it had been the custom of Christian... Oh, I already read that. No, I didn't. It said, it had been the custom of Christian historians for 18 centuries to bewail the freedom of Roman women and hold them responsible for the decline of the Roman Empire. Boo. But the facts do not bear out this accusation. Rome did not fall until after it had adopted Christianity, a fact which suggests the, quote, heretical, quote, belief voiced by Dante, Gibbon, and others that Christianity itself caused the decline and fall of the empire and the dark ages that followed. Quote, when the power of destruction and decay sat like a ghost on the throne of the Caesars, unquote. Let me try that again. It says, quote, when this power of destruction and decay sat like a ghost on the throne of the Caesars, unquote. Oh, thank you, Ricky C, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. The extreme patriarchalism of the Paulist Semitic Christians was wounded to its core by the freedom and power of the Roman women. This might get a little anti-Semitic, so bear with me. It says, the Semitic women had for centuries been the slaves and chattels of men, and it was the intention of the church fathers to put all women in similar subjugation, as decreed by Paul. Quote, the little, bald, bandy-legged, renegade Jewish person, I can't say what it says there, unquote, of Taurus of Taurus as James Clue describes him. Paul's anti-feminism amounted to an active phobia of all things female. Modern psychologists have attributed Paul's misogyny to everything from homosexuality to resentment of women's repugnance at his own mishapen body and ugly features. Whatever the cause, Paul's contempt for women led to disastrous results just when the patriarchal revolution was beginning to level off toward true equality of the sexes. Western women and Western civilization are still suffering from the rabid misogyny of Paul and the church fathers. Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth, did you mean the whole fucking world? The whole fucking world is dealing with this shit today. Thank you. One has only to read the Fumulations of early, quote, fathers, unquote, to realize the vitriolic unease with which the Christian church regarded women and to plumb the depths of the church's psychopathic determination to degrade the female and annihilate her soul. Annihilate her soul that they debated we even had. I don't have pearls to clutch. I don't have any pearls. What do I do? What do I do? Sorry for being a bit obnoxious, guys. I got a bonus today. My daughter is getting discharged from the hospital this week and I'm 2 blunts in. My ADHD is wild tonight. I'm feeling spicy. Oh my gosh, Jessica, I'm so excited. Congratulations for you and your daughter. That's so fucking exciting. Yeah, win for your daughter for sure. Hello, Lunar Rainbow. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. It's so good to see you. Today, we are reading the very controversial, spicy book. Oh, by the way, Ricky C, forgive people. That is a very personal decision. I'm like really not hating on anyone like as an individual, right? Like we're talking about total, what's it called? We're talking about like institutionally. Yes, the Wyrmp book. Yeah, Wyrmp, what you wear, said a Wyrmp. We're learning about, let me just reread the last thing that I read, okay? Just so you can kind of get a little bit of an idea. It says, one has only to read the fulminations of these early, quote, fathers, unquote, to realize the vitriolic unease which with the Christian church regarded women, and to plumb the depths of the church psychopathic determination to degrade the female and annihilate her soul. Yeah. Annihilation of the soul. I can't even believe that, bro. That's fucking rude. That's fucked up, brother, sister. Brother, sister, brother, sister. It says, a modern French historian of ancient Rome, who certainly cannot be regarded as a feminist, has written the deserved epitaph of these Roman women whom the early church so hated and feared. Here's an excerpt. It says, one of the fairest examples of human greatness was the woman of imperial Rome. Thanks to her, proud and free as Arria, ancient Rome, in the very years she was about to receive the bloody baptism of Christianity, scales one of the loftiest moral heights humanity has conquered. But the most fitting epitaph for Roman and all pre-Christian women was written by a Roman poet of the empire, speaking for all women of the time. It's in, I think, Latin. I'm going to try. It says, clames licet et mare calo calil. My guardians are laughing at me. Confundes homo sum. It means, which freely translated means, you men may raise all the hell you want to about it. I too am a human being. Anytime. I am hated on for my feminine qualities. I will say, you men may rise all the hell you want to about it, but I too am a human being. Who do you think owns all the record labels that show all the twerking and gat nonsense and depict that as normal? It sure isn't women. Fun fact, I work for a label. But it's a private label, so you can't search it up and you wouldn't know it. So the empresses of Rome, commencing with the very first of them, Livia, the powerful consort of Augustus, were among the earliest targets of the Christian fathers. With their liberated libidos, they were in the vanguard of the, quote, feminist, unquote, movement of imperial Rome. They sought and easily won equality with men, especially in the intellectual and political fields and in the realm of sex. Their republican predecessors, Augustus's notorious daughter Julia and the renowned Claudia, Catullus's beloved, quote, lesbia, unquote, wow, had paved the way, and from the very first there was never any double standard in imperial Rome. The older surviving conservatives, such as Seneca and Juvenal, might rail at the quote new woman, unquote, and praise the old-fashioned virtues of Cornelia and Aurelia. But the new men, like the younger Pliny, sang with Ovid and Catullus on the charm and the intellectual beauty of the liberated woman. Quote, it is certain that the Roman woman of the empire enjoyed a dignity and an independence at least equal, if not superior, to those claimed by contemporary feminists, unquote. Excuse me. A guy walked in on a bang session and went, yeah. I don't know what gay-ad is. I just don't know, my friends. I just don't know. It says the empresses of the first 3 centuries, just prior to the triumph of Christianity, stand out like beacon lights of resurgent womanhood, reincarnations of the noble women of Etruria, whom they numbered among their ancestors. Plotinia shares the glories and responsibilities of her husband Trajan, AD 98 to 117. 117, my bad, and even accompanied him throughout the Parthian Wars. On Trajan's death, it was Plotinia who steered the empire through the turmoil of the succession and saw to it that Hadrian, Trajan's choice as his successor, entered his new reign peacefully without civil war. Julia Domina, first lady of the empire from 197 to 217, her first as wife of Septimius Severus, and then as mother of Caracalla, quote, in her son's reign, administered the affairs of the empire with a prudence that supported his authority, and with a moderation that corrected his wild extravagancies. Julia Domna possessed even in advanced age. She died by suicide at 50. The attractions of beauty, an unedited to lively imagination, a firmness of mind, and strength of judgment seldom bestowed on her sex. She applied herself to letters and philosophy with some success, and with the most splendid reputation. She was the patroness of every art, and the friend of every man of genius, unquote. Thus Gibbon, it is to Julia Domna that we owe all we know of Apollonius of Tyana, the great philosopher of the 1st century and rival of Christ, for it was Julia who commissioned her protege, Philostratus, to research and write his biography. When in 217 Caracalla was murdered by the usurper Macrinus, the empire was plunged into chaos. It was a woman, Julia Masia, the sister of Julia Domina, who, quote, took the initiative, unquote, and restored order. She disposed the tyrannical Marcianus and placed her own grandson, Elgabalus, son of her daughter Julia Soaemius, on the throne in what Gibbon calls, quote, a conspiracy of women concerted with prudence and conducted with rapid vigor, unquote. In Elagabalus' reign, his mother sat in the Roman Senate and held the office of consul. When Elagabalus was murdered by the Praetorian Guard of the year 222, Masia again stepped in to guide the empire through a chaotic interim, naming her young grandson Alexander Severus, son of her daughter Julia Mamamne, emperor under the regency of his mother. Julia Mamamne, dear Lord, stands out as one of the greatest sovereigns of all time. Like the reign of Queen Hatshepsut in Egypt, the reign of Mamae in Rome from 222 to 235 marked an era of peace and justice and prosperity rarely precedented in all of Roman history. While her son, the titulator Emperor Alexander Severus, was still a minor, this remarkable woman, niece and daughter of remarkable women, established a strong democratic form of government over the empire, a government that remained effective throughout most of the later reign of her son. And here we have an excerpt. It says, the general tenor of her administration was equally for the benefit of her son and of the empire. With the approbation of the Senate, the chosen 16 of the wisest and most virtuous of the senators as a perpetual council of state, before whom every public business of moment was debated and determined. The prudent grimness of this atrocity restored order and authority to the government. As soon as they had purged the city from foreign superstitioners, they applied themselves to remove worthless creatures from the administration and to supply their places with men of virtue and ability. Learning and the love of justice became the only recommendations for civil office. But the most important care of Mamamne and her wise counselors was to form the character of the young emperor, on whose personal qualities and happiness of the Roman world must ultimately depend. An excellent understanding soon convinced Alexander of the advantages of virtue, the pleasure of knowledge, and the necessity of labor. His unalterable regard for his mother guarded his unexperienced, sick youth from the poison of flattery. She exalted from his ripper years the same dutiful obedience which she had justly claimed from his unexperienced youth. That's the end of the little excerpt there. And Alexander developed into a wise and just ruler, succumbing to the avarice, cruelty, and lust that were the occupational hazards of Roman emperors only after the death of his esteemed mother. Perhaps Rome's close association with the Celts of Gaul and Britain, induced by the conquests and defeats of Julius and Claudius Caesar and the generals of Agricola and Cerealis, helped to restore the women of imperial Rome to the freedom and dominance they had known during the kingdom and in the republic before Cato. For the Romans excessively admired the Celtic women and were impressed by their audax mulieribus, their capability in all fields, and by their untrammeled freedom and nobility of soul. So that would be the end of chapter 12. We are now in chapter 13, which is called The Celts. I'm pretty excited. I am going to take a quick little breaksies to catch up with your chat, and also to just kind of like drink some stuff and things like that, because that was a lot of reading. we have a lot to keep covering. You know, there's a lot. Yes, the Celts. This is gonna be a really good episode. I mean, a really good chapter. So there's that. I love your story. Yay! Thank you, Jacob Ray Channel. Welcome back to your daily dose of dragon feather. Super exciting. But yes, we are just trying to see. Alduin, just don't understand why I'm feeling like that when I had a good day. I'm so confused. Dude, Lunar Rainbow, I was having the best day today. The best day. And then we ended up going to get some groceries, and I was just like really looking forward to macaroni salad. Okay, just like really looking forward to it. We go grab some street tacos, and then we go to Sprouts to get my live cola, like this. We go to get my cola, and we go to get the macaroni salad that I'm obsessed with, okay? I was in such a rush. I was just like such an excited rush that I didn't realize that I grabbed potato salad instead of macaroni salad. So then, upon my horror, when I go to sit down, when I'm home with all of my food in front of me, just ready to have such a good time, and I go to open my macaroni salad and see that it's potato salad, sent me into a whole fucking meltdown. I had a whole meltdown about it. I felt so disabled by my autism in the sense that it's like, why, if my food is not exactly the way I want it, I would rather just have a meltdown or not eat. Damn. I don't know why. She's got the tism. It's true. True. Azura, in your free time, read about Hypatia, the pagan philosopher. Yes, I would love to. It's okay, Luna. It's part of the thing, but like, don't feel like you're alone, man. Today's been a weird day. It started really good, it's weird. Looking forward to the Celts as I am thinking of writing a book on them. Hell yeah, Jeanette Evans, let's get into this. Okay. Wait, let me take a drink first. Sorry, I know. All right. It says, Chapter 13, Part 3, The Celts. Their wives are to every man the most sacred witness to his bravery. Tradition says that wavering armies have been rallied by women. They believe that the sex has a certain presence, and they do not despise their counsels or make light of their opinions. Tacitus. Hello, I'm a tism haver. Yay! Pretty sure most of us in this chat have tism, and that's a good thing. Yeah. I think that's why we're such good friends, because like we pretty much have the same special interest. My channel is a special interest channel, and if you didn't know that, it's gotta be totally obvious now, okay? So, ready? It says, the emerging Celts. We first meet the modern northern Celts, Tacitus's blue-eyed giants, around 900 BC, when the Greeks called them, quote, Keltoi, unquote, which Professor Powell thinks may have been the name of their royal family. Okay, here's the thing. The rhythm with the tism, oh my god, Jessica, that's so funny. Here's the thing. This description of the Celts is gonna be a little bit Nazi-ish. Just gonna put that out. It's very white supremacist Nazi shit. Yeah, very racist. There's a little bit of racism, okay? Just sprinkle the racism on the book pages. That's kind of how it feels, okay? I just wish I knew why my partner is not responding. I'm getting a weird feeling he's pulling away. Why does being a twin flame have to be so painful? Honestly, that is literally how I feel, Luna. Sometimes, I know this might be controversial, but sometimes the best way for me to like unify with my like twin flame or my boyfriend is simply telling myself I just don't care. It's really weird. It seems totally backwards, but here, let me cook. If you're just like, I just don't give a shit what they're doing. I don't give a shit. I'm obsessed with myself. I'm the fucking shit. I'm amazing. Fucking amazing. Suddenly, he can't get enough of me. I don't know how that works, okay? So maybe, Luna, maybe just start being radically obsessed with yourself. You never know. You're kind of awesome and badass, okay? Just so you know. And we're gonna continue. It says, where had they been since the fall of the ancient civilization? Where had they dwelt throughout those long ages in which the Sumerian civilization had bloomed and died, and in the patriarchal revolution had upset and changed society of Eastern Asia and the Aegean? Wherever they were, they had kept the mores and customs of their ancient heritage. Classical writers invariably wonder at the strange ways of the Celts and their various branches. wow, excuse me, this Alive drink orism. That's such a good word. He's not obsessed with you. He's not the one. That's exactly my point, Nightmare Fuel Studios. Like, dude, I literally, you know what? Okay. Like, let me tell you something. The things that my boyfriend says to me, I didn't even know a man could feel that way. Because, like, the words that he says to me, like, things that he says are just so borderline, like, worshipy words, right? He's, like, almost like a worship type of vibe. But it's just, like, admiration. It comes from deep admiration and just, like, you know, like, love. And, like, honestly, like, all he wants is for me to be successful. All he wants is for me to be independent and stand on my own 2 feet. And I promise you, like, if a man that you love is not coming into your life like that, is not showing up like that, is not like committed to your sovereignty, he ain't obsessed with you, man. Hapathia was like skinned alive with oyster shells because some women would shave their legs with sharpened oyster shells and men didn't. Pepe, you should have given me a trigger warning. That was gruesome. But I have a feeling I have heard that. I feel like I've heard that before. Oh, and also, my boyfriend keeps making a lot of jokes about proposing to me or like getting married. No, not bad timing for your comment. It was actually pretty funny. Jessica. Read Pepe's comment. Jessica's comment is so funny. Hold on. She was skinned alive with oyster shells, and the women would shave their legs, sharpened with oyster shells, and the men didn't like that. And Jessica said, "My hubby is the same." When your man starts joking about it and then starts reaching in his pocket, Lance, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I literally had to tell him. Oh, hey, see, I'm like actually low key debating on making like a cult, like for shits and giggles, like, but like in the sense like I want to brainwash you to be happy, and like I'm very, very inspired by Unicole Unicron, who created Unicult. Luna, if you don't mind me asking, how old is he? Is he under 25? Also, my husband joked a bunch about marrying me before proposing, so you're onto something. Hey, see, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm too young to get married. Gonna clutch my pearls. Okay. I told him though. I'm like, I hope you know, I want to be engaged for a year and a day. What is he up to in those hours when he's gone? We both are 42, born the same year. Interesting. Huh. Wait, we aren't a cult, but we're hatchlings? The hatchling cult. Here's the thing. You know what? We're gonna make a video. We're gonna do a live stream on breaking down like what instills a cult, right? Because there's like a diagnostic set of things to basically determine what's a cult or not, right? Reason why everything I do will never be a cult is because the first thing anybody do is to think for themselves, and the first thing a cult tells you to think. We're not a cult. I know it's very disappointing, which is why I want to make it a cult a little bit, where it's like you have to believe in pickle chips, like all hail pickle chips. This is my church, biatch. Same. I have a family that I'm not doing anything in those hours he's ghosting you, then you're better off without him. He should be obsessed with you, not ghosting you. Nightmare. It's really good advice, honestly. A cult has 1, a crazy leader, 2, a crazy following, and 3, a crazy belief system. Yeah, Gen X, the uncult. Join my uncult. Just as well, embrace the cult leader, accusations, and go. That's what I'm saying, Nightmare Fuel Studios. We are the uncult. Yeah, honestly. I literally would embrace the cult leader accusations, but you guys don't even understand how deep I am in, like, religious drama within my agency because of this. apparently I decided to start talking about dragons and witchcraft and God on my channel publicly again. It's blowing up my personal life, but it's fine. It's fine, okay? I got my place. I was hired because I make the videos I do, okay? Okay, they can't fire me, okay? I am irreplaceable, okay? Who else is gonna give you mindset coaching? Nobody but me, bitches. Okay, anyway, let me fucking stop. It says, classical writers invariably at the strange ways of the Celts and their various branches. They had no slaves, they had no capital punishment, complete equality of the sexes, the balance slightly weighed, and women attended and presided at the councils. Their chief men were elected while the monarchy was hereditary, and that in the only in this last respect, matrilineal succession, did they ancient. I'm inclined to say they did have slaves. Not too sure about that one. By the time the classical world had become aware of them, they had spread all over Europe. Quote, in the 3rd century BC, quote, writes Dildon and Chadwick, quote, one could travel from Galantia and Asia Minor northwest to Scotland and Ireland and south again to Andalusia in Spain without leaving Celtic territory, unquote. Excuse me. They were one people with one culture, and everywhere they retained their ancient democratic institutions and their traditional reverence for women. They were by no means the barbarians that modern history has to be. Archaeology complied with more open-minded approach of later 20th century is finally revealing the ancient pre-Christian Celts as they actually were before they, like the Cretans and the before them, had become the victims of a, quote, conspiracy of silence, unquote. A conspiracy designed to underrate their achievements in order to overrate those of their conquerors. The conquerors of the Celts were the barbaric and savage Teutons, the modern Germans, who emerged from their dense Baltic forests as the Vandals and the Goths in the 5th century and aided unwittingly the Christian effort to destroy both the Celtic and the Roman Empire. Together, these mammoths of masculism, Teutonic barbarism, and Semitic Christianity annihilated the ancient civilized world and imposed in its place the dark ages of medieval Europe, from which degrading and retrograde experience I cannot read. It says, annihilated the ancient civilized world and imposed in its place the dark ages of medieval Europe, from which degrading and retrograde experience Western civilization has not yet recovered. Shit. Fear the Gaiat. Fear it. Gaiat. Awful. You guys are ridiculous. Thanks everyone for your support. For your support, love you all. Hugs, hugs. Oh my gosh, love you so much. Sardonic barbarism. This book is so unhinged. What do I do? It says, contrary to the prevalent belief that Western Europe was an uncivilized wasteland until its colonization by Rome in the last 3 centuries BC, the findings of very recent archaeology, quote, indicate that Europe was inhabited in prehistoric times by peoples of more advanced culture than has heretofore been supposed. Also, their achievements had been steadily progressing for thousands of years, even before the Etruscan period. There's italics. The Celtic age of prehistoric Europe, writes Sugart Pigot, quote, was a heroic age akin to Homer on the one hand, and on the other to Beowulf and the sagas, and behind it all lay Hesiod's works and days, unquote. That is to say, behind it lay the gynocratic substructure memorialized by Hesiod, quote, the poet of the matriarchies, unquote. Quote, Celtic art was one of the great arts of Europe, unquote, continues Pigot. The technology of the ancient Celts formed a basis on which European technology rested until the age of steam. Less than 2 brief centuries ago, the blacksmiths and the potters of the 18th century used the same techniques and the same material used by the Celts of the 4th millennium BC. The technology and the farming economy of medieval Europe were but a continuation of the Celtic technology and farming economy of the 6th millennium BC, 8,000 years ago. Quote, the basic structure of the medieval farming economy had been in existence in prehistoric Celtic Europe for 5,000 years prior to our era, unquote, writes Pigot. Quote, the traction plow and the rectangular field system had been employed in Celtic Britain since the 3rd millennium. Crop rotation and manuring to obviate land exhaustion were evolved by prehistoric Celts, unquote. Pretty sure that it came from Black indigenous people. At least from my other historic studies, that's what, like, it's giving Mayan, it's giving Aztec, it's giving the First Nations of Turtle Island. Okay, yeah. I really have to get that Discord out. I'm failing. Okay, sorry guys, I really gotta do it. I just had a really bad period, so now that I'm done, we can go back on it. What's Amino? Some secret item club? No, Amino's like some app for, like, you get to like make communities on like your passion stuff. So I ended up making an app for the Hatchling clan, and we kind of hang out. It will exist before the end of August. Okay, I promise. Okay, and let's continue because it's giving Nazi a little bit. Just wanted to let you guys know that there were other historical societies that had this type of irrigation system. Okay, cool. Contrary to popular belief, the Celts were not illiterate. They had a literature of their own, a literature that has survived in the medieval lays and later romances of Ireland, Britain, and Western Europe. In the age of chivalry, writes W.W. Comfort, the French poets took over a great mass of Celtic folklore and made it the vehicle to carry a rich freight of chivalric customs and ideals, unquote. A Lady Charlotte Guest writes, quote, it is remarkable that when the chief romances of all European literatures are examined, the names of many of the heroes and their scenes of actions are found to be Celtic. The loss of their language by the great mass of the Celtic peoples makes us wonder how stories originally embodied the Celtic dialects of Great Britain and France could so influence the literature of nations to whom the Celtic languages were utterly unknown, unquote. It can only be presumed, she goes on, quote, that when driven out of their homes by the later nations, the names and exploits of their heroes and heroines and the compositions of their poets spread far and wide among the invaders and affected their tastes in their literature for many centuries, and that Celtic literature has strong claims to be considered the cradle of European romance, unquote. Omelex looked African, the giant stone heads found in Central America. Thank you, Gen X. That makes a lot of sense. We can never ascend to a prime documentary level cult without a Discord, bro. You're absolutely right about that, Hazy. What would we call our cult? Should we call it the Hatchling cult? Hatch cult. Hatch a cult. Oh, that sounds like a really bad video game idea. Okay. Where are we? Let's see. It says, Lady Charlotte wrote these words in 1849 when the high civilizations of the Celts was as completely unsuspected as their vast numbers, and they were thought of merely as small, scattered, unlettered tribes inhabiting only southwest Europe and the British Isles. Very Order of the Hatchlings! Oh, we can call it Pickle Chips Cult. There's gotta be something in there. Do you know what I mean? We'll find a good name. Okay? It says, let's see. It can be deduced from the observations of Comfort and Guest that the age of chivalry, which briefly brightened the medieval gloom and for all too short a time restored medieval women to their ancient glory, was but a revival of Celtic feminism. Interesting take. Pigot, in this recent book, 1968, on the Celts, say they, quote, showed a scholarly concern for standards of literacy, unquote, and that, quote, there is presumptive evidence for the importation of papyrus as a writing material in early Celtic Britain. This would clearly imply literacy, unquote. He goes on, quote, as do coin inscriptions and the graffiti on early Celtic poetry, unquote. That the Celts must have known the art of writing since earliest times is suggested by the fact that their script, quote, Ogam, unquote, quote, seems to have originated in Anatolia, unquote, a region they had migrated from so far back in the misty past as to have forgotten it themselves. But memorable as were their art, their literature, their eloquence, and their love of beauty, the distinguishing characteristic of the ancient Celts was their love of liberty. They were unique in later antiquity for their concepts of justice, sexual and social equality, democracy, and humanitarianism. They abhorred capital punishment. Henry Hallam writes that, quote, capital punishment was contrary to the spirit of the ancient people of Europe. Instead, compensation was paid to the family of the victim, unquote. Certainly a more humane and socially beneficial method of punishment than execution. The pickle chip slayer. I love it. What about House of the Dragon? Is that taken? Probably. It says, the women of Gaul. That's our next section. We have no more magnificent portrait from ancient times than that of Celtic women. Tall and noble in bearing, red gold hair rippling down her back or caught in a loose knot at the base of her neck, blue eyes shining. We see her leading troops in battle, presiding over tribal councils, nursing her wounded on the battlefield, fighting bravely at her husband's side, and tenderly instructing her children. Why you gotta mention her eye color and her hair color? Do you mention the hair color and the eye color for the black people in the book? Because you don't. It seems a little racist. Anyway, this splendid creature, this Celtic woman of old, oh yeah, hella racist. We glimpse only a few centuries later in the dark ages of Christian Europe, cringing at her cottage door, a whimpering slave, branded by the church as a thing of evil, sans soul, sans rights, sans humanity. No longer arbiter of her people or priestess of her goddess, she is debarred from the courts of justice, debarred from serving at the altar of the new god, debarred of her right to own her property, even deprived of her rights over her own body. Julius Michelet gives us an unforgettable picture of this once proud woman, humbled to her knees, blue eyes sodden with constant weeping, golden hair matted and unkempt, limbs bruised and discolored from whip and club, enslaved by law, abused and exploited by her husband, made sport of by her Christian liege lord, tricked and soiled by priest and affrere. She has become an overworked, beaten, hopeless object, prototype of generations of Christian women yet to come. Okay, trigger warning. I love how you guys are still trying to figure out this name. I'm loving it. I'm a Celt and my hair is brown and I have brown eyes. Thank you, Jeanette Evans. I'm also Celtic and I have brown hair. But seriously? Why? Gyno chips. Zara! The gynophobia gang! That is such a... Wow. You guys' names are crazy. Okay, it says, but in the countless millennia before Christianity, this subhuman slave had been the glory of the world, an object of worship among her people, a source of awe in the conquering Romans. As late as the 4th century AD, the Roman historian Ammaneus Marcellinus wrote of the Celtic women of pagan Gaul, quote, nearly all the Gauls are of lofty stature, fair stern of eye, and of great pride. A whole troop of foreigners would not be able to withstand a single Gaul if he called his wife to his assistance, who is usually very strong and with blue eyes, unquote. Why is it, why the blue eyes, Missy? Why is blue eyes all over my fucking book right now? That is weird. That is weird. Okay. Julius Caesar records that the Celtic women comprised the joint chiefs of staff of the Celtic people. Quote, it was for the matrons to decide, unquote, he wrote in the Gallic Wars in 58 BC, quote, when troops should attack and when withdraw, unquote. In AD 68, Tacitus records that it was the queen, Valedia, of the Celtic tribe of Batavi, to whom the Roman general Cerealis had to appeal for the surrender of his flagship, which the Batavari had, quote, towed up the river Lupia as a present to Valida, unquote. The continuing supremacy of women in Celtic government is attested by Tacitus, for when this same Roman general, Cerealis, exhorted the tribes to come over to the Romans, quote, the lower classes murmured that if we must choose between masters, we may more honorably bear with the emperors of Rome than with the women of Gaul, unquote. Boo. Boo. Appeal. A pearl? you guys. Gyno chips might not have a very wide appeal. No, it won't have a good appeal at all, brother, sister. Oh my gosh. It says, from this vignette, we can imagine the Romans appealing to the masculist elements among the Celtic lower classes in a way that the modern Black Power advocates and unscrupulous white politicians appeal to the racist elements among lower class Americans. She actually used the word Black Power in here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of surprised for her racist ass to do that. And you want to know the best part is, look at this, look at this. For all my Black people out there, look at this, hold on. Where'd it go? I lost it. No, I lost it, where'd it go? I have to show you. I will find it, I promise. 1 second. Here we go. Look, for all my Black people who are watching. Black Power in this book is capitalized. Capitalized. Just, it made me happy seeing that. Okay. It says, in the 3rd century BC, the would-be conqueror of Rome, the Carthaginian king Hannibal, had learned to respect and fear the Celtic women, whose realms he traversed in his march across the Alps into Italy. In Spain, in Gaul, and in northern Italy, he was accosted by women with whose permission only he was allowed to continue his march unmolested. In the treaty drawn up between the Celts and Carthaginians, it was stipulated that, quote, if the Celtae have complaints against the Carthaginian soldiers, the Carthaginian commander shall judge it. But if the Carthaginians have anything to lay to the charge of the Celtae, it shall be brought before the Celtic women, unquote. Edward Gibbon in the 8th century took the typical masculist view that femininity equals pusillanimity? It says Pusillanimity. I've never heard that word before. It says, and denounced the Celtic women of pre-Christian Europe as, quote, unfeminine, unquote. Those, quote, high-spirited matrons, unquote, as he dubbed them, quote, must have resigned that attractive softness in which consist in charm and weakness of a woman, unquote. I hope you know that femininity was invented by Christians. Femininity was invented by men. Wow. 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 That kind of just shook my whole world. And that's why this whole like divine feminine and divine masculine rhetoric that you'll see on TikTok and in the New Age community is literally just a rebranding of Christian femininity. Sorry, I had to. She's not racist. She's most likely a nationalist. Back then it was encouraged to be prideful and protective of your nationality and don't let it get watered down by any outsider. Fair, Pepe, but the way that she refers to people of color in this as being stupid, she's very racist, okay? I'm telling you. I've read this much of the book already, and I'm telling you she's very racist, okay? Which is why just the over-mention of the blue eyes on top of every other bullshit that we've already read in this book just makes a little bit. Oh, hey, it says pusillanimous, showing a lack of courage or determination, timid. Ooh, thank you, Gen X. Learned something new today, cause you. It says, let's see. Where did I lose my spot? But the idea that softness and weakness in women is attractive is a Judeo-Christian concept and had no place in the thought of pre-Christian Europeans. Oh, that was like music to my ears after what I just said. I didn't even read that line and I just was like, wait a minute. Christians made femininity. Literally music to my ears. It says, but the idea that softness and weakness in women is attractive is a Judeo-Christian concept and had no place in the thought of pre-Christian Europeans. This is why I will tell you. Like I am not a misandrist because I love men so much. And I have a lot of really good men in my life. And I honestly really attribute that to the good relationship I have with my father. Truly, truly, shout out to Dragon Father. But the thing is that I hope you guys know, especially as women in today's day and age, that if the man you are dating or trying to like marry or you're with, who's your boyfriend, if they expect submission from you, please know that they are indoctrinated with Judeo-Christian ideals, even if they don't identify as Christian. Okay? Like, it's patriarchal ideals that are poisonous to relationships between men and women. Okay? The thing is that if a man really loves you as a woman, speaking from personal experience, I have been with men who hated me and I have been with men who love me. One man who loves me. Two men who didn't. Two men who hated me, okay? The ones that hated me always wanted me to make myself smaller, always wanted me to submit myself to them, always yelled at me when I expressed myself too loudly, always got mad at me when I was too joyful or too angry or too much. But the man I'm with now, who really loves me, he wants me to get louder. He wants me to get scarier. He wants me to get braver. He wants me to get more powerful. He wants me to get more dominant. He wants me to make more money. Okay? I'm just gonna leave that there, okay? That's just my personal experience with the love of a man as a woman. Experiencing the love of a man, or the love of a man as a woman, okay? Let's see, where am I? Where am I at? It says, I'm gonna read that line again because it's literally music to my ears. But the idea that softness and weakness in women is attractive is a Judeo-Christian concept and has no place in the thought of pre-Christian Europeans. Like the ancient people of Italy, the Celts admire audacity, especially in women. I just lost my place in the book, but it's okay, I'll find it. Oh my god! They admired audacious women. No wonder why all the men of today are so audacious. They're trying to be like us. Oh damn. Okay. Not that men can't be audacious naturally, but come on. When a woman has the audacity to stick up for herself, hot as fuck. Okay. Anyway. A phrase which modern scholars have pondered over as a contradiction in terms. Quote, feminine audacity, unquote, they say, quote, is certainly not an admirable thing. Feminine timidity and submissiveness, yes. Feminine daring and courage, no, unquote. As Carpenter observes, quote, nowadays, the notion that women require strength and courage is regarded as very heterodox. But the truth is that qualities of independence and courage are not agreeable in a slave. And that is why man in all these later centuries has consistently denounced them, till at last the female herself has come to consider them, quote, unwomanly, unquote. I'm gonna read that again. Nowadays, the notion that women require strength and courage is regarded as very heterodox. But the truth is that qualities of independence and courage are not agreeable in a slave. And that is why man in all these later centuries has consistently denounced them, till at last the female herself has come to consider them, quote, unwomanly, unquote. You guys are still going on. Not the dragon coochies. Come on, y'all are crazy. Oh my gosh. Do you think that is why the first Christians accepted stoning women? I'm not sure, but they used to burn them too for simply miscarrying and stuff. I want my partner to be an equal, not a slave. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I feel like feminine strength was what they labeled, quote, hysteric, unquote. Yes, you are right, Hasty. And they also labeled feminine strength as witchcraft and demonic possession. Tell us more about how you ate dominant with him. Asking for rent. How you ate dominant with him, huh? I don't understand. Anyway, I'm stoning me now. Burning. Oh, I'm stoning me now. Burning is definitely involved. Oh yeah, it are definitely. Oh, how you are dominant with him as your boyfriend? That is private information, classified, highly classified. Okay, it says, let's see. But the Celts believed in audacia, and even their marriage ceremony was designed to assure the bride that she would lose none of her independence by marrying, that she would be equal partner with her husband in the pursuit of honor and glory. Quote, to share with him and to dare with him both in peace and war, unquote, as Tacitus reports. This book is healing me. Thank you, Guardians, for giving me this. Thank you for this book. The Celts believed in audacia, and even their marriage ceremony was designed to assure the bride that she would lose none of her independence by marrying, that she would be equal partner with her husband in the pursuit of honor and glory. Quote, to share with him and dare with him, both in peace and in war, unquote, as Tacitus reports. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Tacitus takes approving note of the fact that Celts, like the Romans and Greeks, were monogamous and, quote, were content with one wife, unquote. Quote, no part in their manners is more praiseworthy than their marriage code. The wife does not bring a dowry to the husband, but the husband to the wife. His marriage gifts are not such as a bride would deck herself with, but oxen, a caparisoned steed, a shield, a lance, and a sword, lest the woman should think herself to stand apart from aspirations after normal deeds. She is reminded by the ceremony that she is her husband's partner in danger, destined to share with him and dare with him, both in peace and in war. The yoked oxen, the harnessed steed, the gift of arms proclaim this fact. As mothers, the Celtic women also won Tacitus's approval. Quote, in every household the children grow up naked with those sturdy frames and limbs we so much admire. Every mother suckles her own children and never entrusts it to servants and nurses, unquote. Quote, the soldier brings his wounds to his mother, who shrinks not from counting them, unquote. The feminism of the Celts in the 1st century AD is further proved, if further proof be necessary, by the religious customs and by the importance of cognatic relationships, meaning mother, like motherline, right? It says, quote, all the tribes have a common worship of the mother of the gods and the belief that she intervenes in human affairs and visits the nations in her care. It is a season of rejoicing and festivity reigns wherever she deigns to go. They do not go to battle or wear arms. Every weapon is under lock. Peace and quiet are known at these times until the goddess, weary of human intercourse, is at length restored to her temple, which is on an island in the ocean amidst a grove of sacred oaks. Yes, Pepe, we talked about this a little bit earlier in this book. She talks about how women, what's the word? It's parthenogenesis, via parthenogenesis, were able to spontaneously give birth if the environment proved to be peaceful enough for reproduction. And so it also states that earlier in this book, that the X chromosome is the dominant chromosome and the Y chromosome is a mutated version of it. Yeah, what if men are just a freak mutation? You, Pepe, you were literally in my head right now. Get the fuck out of my head. That was crazy. The book literally says men are mutants. No, it does. It really does say they are mutants. And my dad even sent me, my dad is reading too. Oh my gosh. Kanye Kamari, love from Pakistan, love from Hollywood. Oh my gosh, I love Pakistan so much you don't even understand. Pakistan has one of the coolest flags. I will die on that hill. Anyway. But basically it's saying that like the uterus is a much older organ, and discoveries of the first human being are women, and the like the male was essentially like the male like phallus, you know, your little appendages there, was evolved to pleasure the women, not the other way around. Women could do it themselves, men are just an optional extra step. Well, it's actually, this book kind of insinuates that the whole entire point of men is for women's pleasure. Like, that's the only reason why you guys exist, which I think is a little too hardcore on the feminine side, okay? Like, that's a lot, okay? But like, do with that what you will. Okay, it says, sisterhood is sacred and the children of one's sister are more highly esteemed than one's own. Quote, indeed, the sororal relationship is regarded as more sacred and binding than any other, unquote. The sisterhood is the strongest connection. Strongest. Tacitus had obviously forgotten or was unaware that in his own country, not so long before his time, the same custom had prevailed, the cognatic or sororal and maternal bonds being the only ties that bound. Especially in an age where before, like, we really knew how, like, children were created, and, like, before, like, genetic testing happened and before the invention of, like, modern science and stuff, like, all they knew is that children came out of women. Children belonged to the women, and they really had no way of knowing who the father was, right? I don't mind that being my purpose in life. Nightmare, you don't even understand how much your comments just like make me cackle. Oh my gosh. Like, dude, do you want to know some realty? Okay, here's the truth, Nightmare. When I made you a mod, I genuinely thought you were a woman. Because of the way that you message is very thoughtful, and your profile picture is a witch woman. Like, imagine my surprise when I realized you were a man. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just like, wait a second. I can't believe it. That's amazing. You really kind of shocked me there, okay? Like damn. Like, proof that there's good ones. Okay, the warrior queens, all the written records we have of the early Celts originated with men whose countries were enemies of the Celts. Wait a minute. All the written records we have of early Celts originated with men whose countries were enemies of the Celts. That sounds, it's giving genocide. Okay, let's see. It says, from Herodotus in the 15th century BC to Ammianus Marcellinus in the 5th century AD, yet all speak admiringly of the Celtic women, of her nobility, her courage, her pride, her independence. Quote, unlike modern critics, these ancient writers do not question, must much alter the tradition because of the anomaly they seem to find in it, unquote, says Bachofen. In a word, quote, matriarchal conceptions had not yet ceded to the requirements of patriarchal theory, unquote. And these ancient authors are therefore far more reliable than are their modern interpreters, who, quote, conscious hostility to the old, unquote, has changed the very substance and texture of ancient history and ancient society. Herodotus in the 5th century BC, whose Greek homeland by this time had succeeded in imposing patriarchy over its original matriarchy, wrote admiringly of Tomyris, the Celtic queen who slew the mighty Cyrus, the great king of Persia. Herodotus saw nothing, quote, anomalous, unquote, in this fact. He does not berate her as in, quote, unnatural, unfeminine virago, unquote, as modern historians have done, but presents her as a woman of high nobility and integrity, as we are, okay? When we kill people in defense of our kingdoms, it's because we are what? Women of high nobility and integrity, not because we're unfeminine or unnatural. Whatever the fuck that means. It says, when Cyrus threatened the magistrate, quote, Tomyris, their queen, sent a herald to him who said, quote, King of the Medes ceases to press this enterprise. Be content to rule in peace thy own kingdom and bear to see us reign over the countries that are ours to govern, unquote. But Cyrus refused this plea, and Thomyris sent her son Sapagarapes at the head of an army to expel the Medes and Persians from her land. The Persians won the ensuing battle and captured Sapargapses, who promptly killed himself rather than submit to slavery. Thomyris, on hearing that her son was taken captive, sent to Cyrus, saying, quote, "Thou hast ensnared my child. Restore my son to me, and get thee from my land unharmed. Refuse, and I swear that, bloodthirsty as thou art, I will give thee thy fill of blood." Unquote. Ma'am? Ma'am. I am covered in chills from that insult. Look at this. Look at the chills that I have from reading that. Mama Bear said, "Thou hast ensnared my child. Restore my son to me, and get thee from my land unharmed. Refuse, and I swear that, bloodthirsty as thou art, I will give thee thy fill of blood." Bruh. Bruh. If that is not bars, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. Oh, dear God. Okay. Quote, Thomyris, unquote, continues Herodotus, quote, "When she found that Cyrus paid no heed to her advice, collected all the forces of her kingdom and gave him battle. Of all combats, this was the fiercest. The Majestate, under the personal generalship of Thomyris, at length prevailed. The greater part of the army of Medes and Persians was destroyed, and Cyrus himself fell. On learning that her son was dead, Thomyris took the body of Cyrus, and dipping his head in a skin full of gore, she thus addressed the corpse. Quote, I live, I have conquered thee in battle, yet by thee I am destroyed, for thou hast taken my son by guile. But thus I make good my threat and give thee thy fill of blood." Unquote. She's a fucking monster. That's so badass. Oh my gosh. On learning that her son was dead, Thomyris took the body of Cyrus, and dipping his head in a skin full of gore, she thus addressed the corpse, talking to his dead body. Quote, I live, and have conquered thee in battle, yet by thee I am destroyed, for thou hast taken my son by guile. But thus I make good my threat, and give thee thy fill of blood. Unquote. That's messed up. I've been told multiple times I must have been a woman in a past life. Everyone says the way I talk and carry myself gives off feminine energy. You know what, Nightmare Fuel Studios? I think it's just because you're probably a man secure in himself. Like, you're not trying to be overly masculine because you're secure in yourself, okay? You actually should pat yourself on the back for that one, because that's like a freedom that I feel like a lot of men just don't get to experience. All right, let's go. It says, it is the most revealing that in spite of Herodotus's factual account of the death of Cyrus the Great, written within a very few years of the event, modern historians pretended not to know how Cyrus died. He died in 529, says the encyclopedias, with slight variations in wording. Probably on some expedition. It would seem that the masculist writers of Christian ages find it impossible to report that this great king, Cyrus, founder of the Persian Empire and conqueror of the East, might have been slain by a woman's hand in battle. If she had treacherously slain him by poison or by trickery, as he had slain her son, Thomyris would live in history as one of the notorious women, one of the, quote, monstrous regiment, unquote, as Toynbee characterizes them, whose memory has been preserved by male historians as examples of perfidy the female sex, of the perfidy of the female sex. Thomyris's words of defiance are reminiscent of another Celtic queen, Boadicea of Britain, who some 600 years later was to slay 70,000 of the invading Romans, as the Romans themselves dolefully reported. Boadicea's challenge to her people in AD 60 had the same proud ring as the Thomyris to Cyrus in 529 BC. The excerpt says, "It is not a queen descended from noble ancestry, but as one of the people, that I avenge our lost freedom. Roman lust has gone so far that not even our very persons are left unpolluted. If you weigh well the strengths of our armies, you will see that in this battle we must conquer or die. This is a woman's resolve. As for men, they may live and be slaves. Damn, girl. It says Dio Cassius has left us an imperative picture of Boadicea. Here's another excerpt. It says, she was tall of person and of comely countenance, apparelled in loose gown of changeable colors. The tresses of her yellow hair hung to the skirts of her dress. About her neck she wore a chain of gold, and in her hand she bore a spear. And so for a while she stood surveying her army, and being regarded with reverential silence, she addressed to them an eloquent and impassioned speech. This is Agnes Strickland's translation. It is a fascinating evidence of the continuing war of the sexes that G.R. Dudley translation is far less flattering to Boadicea. To him, she was, quote, huge of frame, unquote, quote, terrifying of aspect, unquote. She wore a, quote, tunic of many colors, unquote, and her, quote, great mass of bright red hair fell to her knees, unquote. She wore about her throat, quote, a great twisted golden necklace, unquote, and in her hand, quote, she grasped a long spear, unquote, and she was regarded by her army not with, quote, reverence, unquote, but with, quote, fear, unquote. Unfortunately, both of these translations are fairly accurate, and differing words are given as alternate definitions of Latin originals in most Latin dictionaries, as in, quote, revere fear, unquote, for the verb vivor or verver. It is all a matter of choice, and the masculist chooses one definition, the feminist another. The psychoanalyst might find interesting material, however, in the masculist choice of frightening, terrifying words to describe this warrior queen, as though the very thought of a woman warrior conjured up atavistic visions of male helplessness in the presence of feminine power. Like James Thurber's classic cartoon of the tiny man being pursued by a gigantic, terrifying wife 10 times his size, it reveals man's innate and primeval fear of women. She went into battle naked. Yeah. Judaism is the only religion that is also a race somehow. Judaism is the only religion that is also a race somehow. Yes, Pepe. And it's really because Jewish people as an ethno group, not a religious group, came roughly from the tribe of Judah, to my knowledge, and were originally black people. But Jewish people, the religion, came later, I believe. The idea of Judaism being a race is a Nazi idea that for some reason some Jewish people have embraced. I don't know why. Oh, thank you, Nightmare Fuel Studios. Don't even talk to me then. Don't even talk to me. Totally don't even know. So, Nazi stuff. Yeah? It's hella complicated. Yeah, you know, maybe that's right. Cold brew. They all got titty slapped. Could you imagine just beating someone up with your boob? That's hilarious. Okay. Could you imagine? That's the best visual I've gotten all day. Okay, it says, where am I? Boadicea not only routed the armies of mighty Rome, but she captured the Roman cities of London, Cloester, and St. Albans before she was finally faced with capture by the reinforced legions under Suetonius Polonius. Rather than submit to the indignity of display in a Roman triumph, this magnificent queen put an end to her life in AD 62. How different had been the behavior of her fellow Briton Caractacus, captured in AD 51. Only 11 years earlier, by the Roman general Publius Ostorius, taken to Rome in chains, Caractacus was displayed in a triumph to all the citizens, and on reaching the imperial box, he cavillingly pleaded for his life. Quote, my death would be followed by oblivion, but if you save my life, I shall be everlasting memorial of your clemency, unquote. The soft-hearted Emperor Claudius forgave him, but forbade his return to Britain, and Caractacus spent the remainder of his inglorious life a captive in Rome. Oh, that's really sad. That's like really, really sad. Tacitus records the amazement of the Romans when Caractacus, on this occasion, true to his Celtic upbringing, made his first obsequies to the empress and, quote, did homage to the Agrippina in the same language of praise and gratitude as he addressed the emperor, unquote. It is interesting that Caractacus remains a heroic figure, a name to be reckoned with in world history, while the far braver and more noble Boadicea has been forgotten except as the, quote, unnatural virago, unquote, and the, quote, anomaly, unquote, and the, quote, unfeminine freak, unquote, of early British history. Stay geeky, cheeky, and unfeminine freaky, little hatchlings. Do we have to update the fucking outro? Oh my god, unfemininely freaky. I told you to wait in the car. Jokes. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Cartissimandua has been even more shamefully forgotten than Boadicea, yet she's another British Celtic queen who was a true hero to her people and a scourge to their enemies. Quote, Cartissimandua, unquote, writes Dillon and Chadwick, quote, is one of the outstanding rulers of Celtic antiquity, comparable to Queen Boadicea of the Iceni. And with the heroic queen Medeb of Connacht, I need to learn these names. I am not pronouncing them right. They're like Gaelic names, so trust I'm fucking them up because I'm more American than I am Irish. It says, it is indeed impossible to have any true understanding either of Celtic history or of Celtic literature without realizing the high status of Celtic women, unquote. Shout out to you, Merida. Wowzer called it. Hell yeah. The outro is perfect the way it is. I know. Today I'll do the unfeminine. We'll just give you the little unfeminine freaky one right there, okay? It's fine. We're about to get into some racist shit. Are you ready? Really racist shit. Oh, this is good. Ooh, this is spicy. Okay, trigger wording for racism. Ready? All right. It says, quote, Queen Cartissimandua ruled the Brigantias, unquote, writes Tacitus, quote, in virtue of her illustrious birth, unquote. In other words, Cartissimandua was queen by inheritance and was, like Boadicea, quote, a woman of kingly descent, for they make no distinction of sex in their royal successions, unquote. Cartissimandua first successful battle was against her husband, Venantius, who had somehow displeased her. Having defeated him, she took on the Roman Empire. It was only the great Roman general, Agricola, who finally, in AD 77, put down the Brigantias who, quote, under a woman's leadership might well have thrown off the yoke of Rome, unquote. Are you telling me that Celtic women almost tore down Rome? Got some Irish and Swedish in me. Hells yeah. Facts. Okay, here we go. It says, not only the queens were vigilant, however, valor seems to have been a common trait of Celtic women, both on the continent and in the Isles. Quote, the British women hardly fell short of their Gaulish sisters in force of personality and political and military prestige, unquote. When Polonius sought to take the island of Mona in the Irish Channel, sacred since earliest judicial times, he was confronted by ranks among whom, quote, dashed women in black attire waving brands, unquote. A sight, quote, which so scared our soldiers that they stood motionless as if their limbs were paralyzed. Then, urged by their general not to quail before a troop of women, they bore the standards onwards, unquote. Again, when the Romans faced the armies of Boadicea, the soldiers lost their nerve and were exhorted by their general, quote, there you see more women than warriors. Close up the ranks and discharge your javelins, unquote. Bruh. Armies of men were shaken in their boots when they met an army of women on the battlefield. If that does not testify how fucking awesome women are, I do not know what will. Tacitus correctly calls the Britons, of whom he writes Celts, and remarks the resemblance to the Celts of Europe. Quote, their language differs but little from that of Gaul, and there is the same boldness in challenging danger. Their large limbs and red hair point clearly to a, quote, German origin, unquote. Nazi? I did not see that coming. But where Tacitus refers to, quote, Germans, unquote, he is speaking of the Celtic people, quote, the Germany of his day being Celtic Germany, not yet invaded by the patriarchal squareheads whom we call Germans nowadays, unquote, as Graves writes. Patriarchal squareheads! Who? There were German druids? Okay, good. I didn't know this, okay? I did not know this, Nightmare. I did not know. This is why I'm reading this book, okay? Now I know there were German druids. Surprise! Azura's racist and she didn't know. Okay. This is part of the decolonization, okay? If I don't read, I'm stupid. Okay? Repeat after me. If I don't read, I'm stupid. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm really sorry about that. The lack of knowledge about German druids. I apologize to my fellow German druids out there. It says, as Grave writes, and Terence Powell adds, quote, Germani, unquote, as used by Tacitus, was a Celtic tribal name. Oh, interesting. The Teutonic people we know as the Germans of today did not emerge into the full view of history until the 5th century AD. Then they appeared as the Vandals and the Goths, unquote. I do not know how accurate that is. So I will have to, I'm bringing the Hershey chocolates, hell yeah. Women made all the strings for bows and many other weapons. War was only possible if you had strong women making all the weapons and fabrics regardless if they fought on the field or not. Hell yeah, Pepe. Totally. The Druids covered more areas than people realized. They stretched all the way from Italy up to Germany and the Celtic Isles. Dude, Nightmare. That's fucking crazy. So, like, literally, we were in a few chapters ago of this book, it was saying how the Druids were actually usually women, originally women, and they were called Druidesses. Very exciting. I'm very excited. Okay, the next section is also giving Nazi. The name of, and if you want to know why, the name of this section is called Tall, Beautiful, and Fair. The Druids were the highest class of priestesses. That makes sense. That checks. Yep, Iberia too, bro. So modern day Spain was filled with Celts. Oh my gosh. See, this is the history you did not learn in class, right? Most of Europe was ruled by the Druids for a long while. Ugh. Learning so much. So much. Okay, we're about to get into fairies. Are you ready? I'm super excited. Tall and beautiful and fair. In line with our belief that the gods and goddesses of mythology were originally real-life heroes and heroines, is the statement of Dillon and Chadwick that the Irish gods were neither little people nor fairies, but were, quote, tall and beautiful and fair. They recall the descriptions of the Gauls, Celts, which we find in classical writers, unquote. I don't know about all that. I don't know about that. That felt wrong reading that. Yeah, Dillon and Chadwick saying that the Irish gods were neither little people or fairies, but tall, beautiful, and fair, I'm gonna say is giving a little Nazi, yeah. The Romans wiped out the Druids. The Romans literally ruined everything, yeah. The Roman Empire is my Roman Empire. I feel like I'm the only girl on the internet who's ever said that, okay? That sentence made me unsubscribe from my womanhood. Anyway. These gods and goddesses, quote, tall and beautiful and fair, unquote, who so resembled the classical descriptions of the Celts were originally the Tuatha De Danann, the people of the goddess Diana, who reached Ireland about the time of Moses. This goddess Diana, or Danu, was, according to one version of ancient pre-Aegean Aegean goddess Diane, whose name by Homer's time had been masculinized into Danas, quote, matriarchal conceptions having seceded by Homer's time to the requirements of patriarchal theology, when feminine name is so often replaced by a masculine one, unquote. Danaus in Greek myth was the father of the 50 Dianads who murdered their 50 husbands at their wedding feast. This wholesale matricide may have symbolized an anti-patriarchal counter-revolution in early Dorian times, when the women rose up against the men and killed them, after the fashion of the Lemnian woman. Nennius preserves the legend that Albion, the Roman name for Britain, was derived from the name of the eldest of the matriarchal Dianads, Albania, the white goddess. The white goddess? The white goddess? Is that racist? Or was that just her name? Which indicates that this daughter migrated with her mother at least as far as England. I don't know. The influence of the goddess Dana, as well as the diffusion of her worship, can be traced through Europe from the Dananins and the rivers Don and Danube in the east to Denmark and the Danes in the west, all of which peoples and localities were named in her honor. Shout out, what is my hair doing? I am also Danish. My last name, my legal last name is Danish. I'm not gonna tell you that. You can't get that. You don't know. You don't get. It's an Americanized version, but a Danish last name nonetheless. Okay. It says the city of London, which according to John Stowe was founded in 1108 BC, quote, about the year of the world 2855, unquote, he adds for clarity, was also named for the Celtic goddess Dana. Thomas Fuller, writing in 1654, hands of the tradition that the city took its name from a, quote, temple of Diana, in Celtic Llandain, which once stood where now St. Paul's Doth stands, unquote. It was long, long before the founding of London, however, that the, quote, tall and beautiful and fair, unquote, people of the goddess Dana reached Ireland. Whence they came is unknown, but it is impossible not to identify them with the people of the ancient civilization, the golden strangers of worldwide legend who sailed the 7 seas and mapped the 7 continents 10,000 years ago. No. 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 It is impossible not to identify them with the people of ancient civilization. Maybe. The golden strangers of worldwide legend who sailed the 7 seas and mapped out the 7 continents 10,000 years ago. No, Nazi. No, Nazi. No. No, Nazi. There were not golden-haired strangers worldwide who mapped the world and shared civilization. No, Nazi. Bad Nazi. Nazi, no swiping. Okay. It says, the, quote, Tuatha De Danann, unquote, writes the Irish historian Shehumas MacManus, quote, were a cultured and highly civilized people, so skilled in the crafts that the Fir-Bolgs named them necromancers, and in course of time, both the Fir-Bolgs and the later coming Malaysians created a mythology around them, unquote. The Temple of Gat. You guys are crazy. On the shore stood the opposing army with its dense array of armed warriors, while between the ranks dashed women in black attire like the furries, with hair disheveled, waving brands. What? I think druids were smart enough to disperse and disappear. Just like Bigfoot, they don't want to be found. Know how to stay hidden away, smartest way to defeat your enemies. Absolutely, Pepe. It might just be her name. In some sources, they use the word white to mean other things other than skin color. Okay, thank you, Nightmare. I just want to make sure. Just trying to make sure I really, I'm able to catch all of the racist things and make it a point to bring it to awareness for the readers who might not have that understanding. It says, my deities were telling me to look into Danu. No way, Nightmare. That's crazy. Yes, white and other colors mean certain things. Brand originally referred to the piece of burning wood. So torches? What? Oh my god. Okay, this is crazy. Okay, let's see. It's basically saying this. You know what's crazy? The other day we were talking about fairies when I was channeling Pickle Chips, and I think it's just Pickle Chips in the Yahweh as a Dragon video. We channeled Pickle Chips at the end of that video, and Pickle Chips was essentially telling me that I'm not ready to work with fairies because I need to decolonize my understanding of fairies. And I think this, literally this, is exactly the reason, is exactly where that's coming from, which is really funny that this happened literally right after I said that. But anyway, it says, quote, later generations of the Malaysians to whom were handed down the wonderful traditions of the wonderful people lifted them into a mystic realm, the great ones becoming gods and goddesses who supplied their successors in a beautiful mythology, unquote. Their queen, Eire, gave Ireland its name. Ireland's named after a woman. Oh my god, mashallah. I love being Irish. I'm so proud to be Irish. Their queen Eire gave Ireland its name, for it was she who led the armies of the Tuatha against the invading Malaysians. Fairy queen. It was the Malaysian Queen Skoda who was killed in the battle against Queen Eire, from whom the Irish people were long named. The Scots of the ancients have been the Irish. Eventually, at Tailate, modern Tel Town, Queen Eire herself was slain in battle. And the Malaysians, quote, tall and red, blonde of hair, unquote, like the Tuatha De Danann, became masters of Ireland. You should do another live with Rosie. I have so many questions about the Fae nobody else can answer for me. We actually have a live planned with Rosie for tomorrow. Tomorrow's live is going to be about how love is an element, and we will be channeling Rosie for the first time just by herself on the channel. So I hope you guys are excited. Yes, a brand meant like Mark or Mercator or light. There's literally like double entendre on top of hidden meaning on top of an analogy. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Rip Queen Eire. Her name is spelled E-I-R-E in the book, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar. But yeah, honestly, that was crazy. Let's see. Tradition links the Malaysians with Milutis and Caria. We have said, and Caria could well have been the cradle of Gaelic Celts, just as Lydia and Lyca had been the cradle of Italio-Celts. The ancient Latins whom Mommsen found to be so strangely similar to the northern Celts of Europe. Could these Celts of historical Europe have been the last remnant of the great lost civilization whose existence is becoming more and more of a reality, and of which Sumer was a last faint dying echo? Perhaps the gods and goddesses of Greek mythology, also, quote, tall and beautiful and fair, unquote, had been the heroes and heroines of that lost civilization, just as the gods of later Celtic Ireland had once been the heroes and heroines of the Tuatha De Danann. Eire meant fate, I think in Anglo-Saxon or something. Does that mean that Ireland is the land of fate, if you translated that? Zura doesn't really go in there anymore, but there's a handful of us there. Yeah, I'm actually going back soon though. I ended up just like really I had like a whole thing going on the internet before I dropped out of it, and there was just so many different moving parts into what I was doing on the internet. My Dragon Guardians, especially Pickle Chip, says I'm not allowed to just jump back into all of it all at once because it will burn me out, and I've done too much work on my mental health and my physical health and my spiritual health to risk a burnout like that again. So that's why my guardians told me to start with the Daily Dose of Dragon Feather here on the channel. That's why I'm live, and to like post some shorts here and there. I'll be posting YouTube, you know, uploads, regular uploads soon. Like all of this is happening this year, right? So like all of these things are like coming back together this year, right? So, all right, then moving to Ireland, basically. In Shakespeare, he talks about ire, and it meant like fate or destiny. What? That's crazy. Okay, where are we at? Hold on. Okay, we have a couple more pages of this chapter, and then we have one more chapter left for today. If we can get into it. Yeah, there's a lot going on in this. Okay, so the next section of this, in the Celtic chapter, it's called the Brehon Laws and Christianity. As an example of the just and intelligent laws of the Celtic peoples, we still have in existence copies of the Brehon Laws, a body of law handed down since prehistoric times to the Celts of Ireland. Quote, these laws show the existence of a complete legal system among the Celtic races at a very early period, unquote, and they throw, quote, an important light on ancient Celtic civilization, unquote. And more important still, as Powell observes, quote, they are a minor of ancient Celtic societies at large, unquote. Among the Brehon laws affecting women were their right to inherit great landed estates and the noble titles that went with them, only being obliged in much later times to provide a surrogate warrior when a military levy was made. This custom still prevailed in France until the 14th century AD, according to Hallam. Quote, until the 14th century, in France, great fiefs or fiefs might universally descend to women, and the crown resembled a great fief or fief, unquote. Quote, the great fiefs of the crown descended to females, and Burgundy had always been considered a feminine fief until the 15th century, unquote. Quote, women were admitted to inherit even military fiefdoms, unquote. Quote, it is a curious circumstance, unquote, concludes Hallam from his 19th century patriarchal perch, quote, that no hereditary kingdom of Europe appears to have excluded females from the throne in the Middle Ages, unquote. Patriarchal perch. Patriarchal perch. I love her word choice. Her word combinations in this are so delicious. Okay. It says the church found its efforts toward the subjugation of women among royalty and the nobility uphill going, compared to the relative ease with which they finally effected the subjugation of the women of the people. Still, even this later effort took a very long time, the church's complete victory over women not having been achieved until the 17th century, and then only writes the enthusiastic help of the new Protestant Christians, the Puritans. Oh, brother. Not the Puritans. Under the Brehon laws, the husband and wife were equal and had equal rights under the law. As in pagan Rome, quote, it is only a contract that is between them. Roman law treated marriage as a contract dissoluble at the will of the parties, unquote. But Christian canon law under Pope Leo III, AD 796 to 816, decreed, quote, that marriage was an indissoluble bond, unquote, from which there was no escape except through death. So, just so you know, marriage existed before Christianity, okay? And men and women were equal in marriage before Christianity. So, marriage was not created to be the holy matrimony between one man and one woman. Blah, blah. Okay? No. That is the Christian view, okay? Very fuckery, okay? It says, the wife not only remained sole owner of her own property after marriage, as in Greek and Roman law before Christianity, but she also acquired an equal share in her husband's property, which he could not dispose of without her written consent. Under Celtic law, women were not only permitted in court, as they were not under Christian law, but they could represent themselves in suits at law and sue even their own husbands to recover for debt, a heinous crime in Christian law. With cause, a wife could divorce her husband as in ancient Greece and Rome, and on a separation she had the right to retain her own property as well as her husband's dowry and all other marriage gifts. In addition, she could demand 1/3 to 1/2 of all of her husband's private wealth. As it should be. Because when you don't respect women like this, especially in marriages, guess what happens? Guess what happens? Civilization and society as a whole degrades over time. Okay? Good talk. Yes, 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 yes. Marriage had nothing to do with gender. It's literally just the unity of two people, not man and woman. People. People, 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 people. Rick, who is this small Jewish boy with the bad wig on doing my television box? Ugh, Rick, that is one of the best insults I've ever gotten. So creative, 10 out of 10. Love that. Let's see. It says, let's see. Why can't I find my place? Okay, the Brehon laws concerning women were soon challenged by the church and were gradually treated away in Europe. In England, the Brehon laws, at least those that affected and befitted, why can't I read? Try again. Take two. In England, the Brehon laws, at least those that affected and benefited men, such as peer jury trial, were preserved in the English common law. Marcia Proba, a Celtic queen of Britain in the 3rd century BC, incorporated Brehonic law in the code she gave her people, the Martian Statutes. It was on these statutes the King Alfred the Great, 1,000 years later, based his code of laws, the origin of our common law. Fascinating. In Ireland, the church had to adapt itself to the people, not the people to the church. Interesting. Interesting. That's why a lot of, I think, Christian holidays are very much similar to Irish holidays. Probably because the pagan Celts or the Druids were the hardest to convert. At least according to this book. Who knows? Because I don't. I'm just reading a book my dragons told me to. But anyway, it says, in Ireland, the church had to adapt itself to the people, not the people to the church. It took the Willie St. Patrick of the slippery tongue to magnify men and diminish women in obedience to the Christian doctrine. We read in the Sencus Mór, a 6th century AD revision of the Brehon laws that, quote, man has headship in the marriage. It is proper to give superiority to the noble sex, that is, for the man head of the woman. Man is more noble than the woman, unquote. Why do you care so much? Like why are men so insistent that they're better than us? Like why do most men that like I've encountered in my life get so offended? I don't celebrate St. Patrick's Day either. And every time it's St. Patrick's Day, I'm like, okay, I want to talk about Ireland. Specifically, I want to talk about the famine. Okay, and how there actually never really was one. That's me on St. Patrick's Day, okay? What about the eggs of the dragon uterus? Okay, Pepe. Do you know what an ovipositor is? I probably shouldn't. I'm not gonna keep going. I can't breathe. Okay. It says, this has the suspiciously Semitic ring of a certain gynophobic author of the New Testament where we read... Bro! Burn! Can we just like literally... Okay. How does she burn people so badly? Her fucking burns are so good. Bruh, this... Why is it so anti-Semitic? Why is it so bad? It's so bad. It says, this has the suspiciously Semitic ring of a certain gynophobic author of the New Testament, where we read, quote, wives, submit yourself to your husband, for the husband is the head of the wife, unquote. Ephesians 5:22-23. And, quote, the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man. Neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man, unquote. 1 Corinthians 11:8-9. And our suspicions of plagiarism are justified when we find on consulting the authorities that the Sencus Mór was penned by no other than that of St. Patrick himself, the Willie Dissembler. Oh dear God. Yeah, don't look it up. Don't look it up. I tell YouTube these videos are not for children. I do. I do. Good talk. Okay. During the Christian Dark Ages of the Western world, when only Celtic Ireland kept alight the lamp of learning, women were in the forefront in law, scholarship, and poetry. Celtic girls attended academies with the boys, and the heads and instructors in these academies were nearly all women. In the 5th and 6th century, St. Bridget was noted for her classical learning as well as for her brilliance in the law, and her influence and example lasted for centuries after her death. But she was by no means unique in the annals of Irish Celtic women. Women poets, heroes, physicians, sages, lawyers, warriors, judges are referred to often in the old records, as Siumas Macnas and Emmet Curtis affirm. Among Ireland's greatest poets were the Lady Ulalach, who died in AD 932, and Ladian on the 7th century. Irish Celtic women, like their sisters in Britain and on the continent, went to war, acquitted themselves heroically. It was Saint Admanan, a Christian bishop, who as late as AD 697 forbade the women of Ireland to indulge in the active sport of arms. Meekly they obeyed, semi-brainwashed already by the Christian myth of their inferiority. And so ended the long and glorious age of the Celtic battle heroine and warrior queen, which began, as far as history had yet learned, with Camilla, Queen of Latinum, in the 13th century BC. In England, it was not until AD 936 that Celtic women began their long and painful descent into the chatteldom. Wow. For it was not until 936 when, quote, the British Celtic bishop Conan submitted to the Roman Catholic Archbishop Wulfstan of Canterbury, unquote, that the status of women in Celtic Britain at any rate had begun to decline. For nearly 500 years, the Celtic Christians had held out against the women-hating Roman Christians who had been converted by St. Augustine. For Augustine did not bring Christianity to the Celts, only to the Saxons of England, and that he brought was the Paulist brand of Roman Catholicism, which had been inimical to women from its inception. Inimical? Interesting word. The Celtics of southern Britain had been exposed from early times to another sort of Christianity, an apostolic brand unattained by Paulism. Tradition avers that the Celtic Church of Glastonbury was founded, quote, in the last year of Tiberius Caesar, unquote, AD 37, as Gilead writes. Ancient historians from Tertullian to Eusebius acknowledge that Christianity had been introduced into Celtic Britain during Jesus' lifetime, or, at the latest, only a few years after his crucifixion, brought there by a true apostle, Philip. Which should have been Mary Magdalene. Okay? Okay? Let's not get it twisted. Even St. Augustine writes of Pope Gregory in 600 acknowledges that the, quote, neophytes of Catholic law, unquote, himself and his followers said, found already established in England a church, quote, constructed by the hands of Christ himself, unquote. In other words, established during Christ's lifetime. Since we do not know the date of crucifixion, AD 37, the date given by Gelasius for the founding of Glastonbury may well have been within Christ's lifetime. It certainly predated the, quote, conversation, unquote, of St. Paul. The antiquity of Celtic Christianity in England has been overlooked for the reason that the chroniclers of English church from Bede on have been Saxons who preferred to equate Christianity with the Paulist Roman Catholicism introduced by Augustine, the missionary to the Saxons. The triumph of Paulist Christianity ended in the 10th century AD, the traditional freedom and supremacy of women which Celtic Christianity had accepted and perpetuated. John Lloyd writes that Pope Gregory, in sending Augustine to Britain, quote, made a serious error in miscalculation, unquote. Gregory assumed that these ignorant Celts would welcome, honor, and revere, quote, this new light from the seat of St. Peter and St. Paul, unquote. And thus he gave Augustine authority over the Celtic bishops. But alas, the Celts were neither honored nor reverent, nor did they intend, quote, to be treated as of no account and accept subordinate position in an upstart missionary church, unquote. Augustine's ill temper, quote, be it confessed, unquote, says Lloyd, did not render his job any less difficult, and the battle waged for 400 years. The Romish Church, of course, and probably regrettably, finally won out over the more tolerant and certainly more Christly Celtic Church. what do you know? What do you know? There might have been a very special brand of Celtic Christianity. Oh, Gabriel Hoffman, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. We are reading the book, the really scary book, but the really good book. You guys are gonna love this next chapter. This next section that ends the chapter. Okay, it's called Lugh and the Great Goddess. Are you ready? The Lady Miriam was a parable of Mary Magdalene. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that. Lugh and the Great Goddess. Herodotus says that the chief deity of the Celts of his time was the goddess Tabiti. Could this have been the great goddess Tiamat, Tibera, or Tibur, the great civilizer worshipped by early Sumerians and translated into, quote, Tubal, unquote, the inventor of civilized arts by the Hebrews? Shout out to my girl Tiamat. We're already in it. We're already in it. Tiamat's literally referenced in the Celtic chapter of this book. This book was written for me. I swear to God. Nightmare Fuel Studios, like I said before, Celtic Christian symbolism is all pagan, and they adopted the goddess Brigid as a saint because they couldn't erase her. Nightmare Fuel Studios. Wow. That's why Christian witches are fucking valid. Thank you. Pagan witches are obviously valid, but pagan Christians are fucking valid. Thank you. Perhaps Tabiti or Tiberia was an ancient queen of the lost civilization who had become a goddess to the remnant of that civilization, Sumer, and the Celtic nations. Another possible connection between the Sumerian and Celtic offshoots of that great civilization exists in the word Lugh. In the Sumerian language, the word for sun, and in Celtic mythology, the name of the greatest of Celtic heroes, the son of the queen Ethne. The fact that the Irish Tailtean games were established by Lugh brings closer the link between the Celts, ancient Sumer, and the lost civilization. For the similarity of the Irish Tailtean games to the funeral games of the Etruscans had been noted by scholars, and the Etruscans, as is known, brought with them the games from Lydia and Anatolia, the ancient home of the Celts and the source of the Sumerian civilization. Quote, the Lydians, unquote, writes Herodotus, quote, declare that they invented all games about the time when they colonized Tyrrhenia, unquote, Etruskia, or Etruria. For 18 years of the famine that finally forced Tiresias to set out on his colonizing expedition to Italy, the Lydians assumed themselves with games, fasting and playing, and feasting and resting on alternate days. Quote, various expedients were discovered by various persons, unquote. Herodotus explains, but more probably the dim memory of ancestral games was brought forward by necessity, and little by little the pastimes of their remote ancestors were reconstructed. I've met some witches who are both Christian and pagan. Yeah, hell yeah, Nightmare Fuel Studios. I think actually witches believing in God is more common than people think. I really believe that in my heart, and I probably will die on that hill. It does not seem preposterous that these very games, which were exported to Italy in Lydian times, were carried also to the British Isles by Celts migrating at an earlier date from Anatolia. The fact that Celtic Britain and Ireland, the games had been inaugurated by Lugh, quote, sun, unquote, adds weight to the hypothesis, the goddess-sun duality being far older than any trinity. Wow. Lugh's death day on the first Sunday in August was called Lughmas, and was a period of mourning among the Celts. Lugnasa? Anyway, and was a period of mourning among the Celts. The church, in its expedient fashion, unable to stamp out this pagan festival, incorporated it in the calendar and called it Lammas. A celebration later combined with All Saints' Day, but still called Lammas in parts of England, Wales, and Ireland. We're referencing holidays I celebrated as a little baby witch now in this book. There's an abundance of Mexican Catholic witches. Yes, Santeria is literally a derivative of it, right? Santa Muerte was literally kicked out of sainthood by, like, the Catholic Church. I wonder why. Some American voodoo practitioners incorporate elements of Catholicism in their practices. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Where am I? Okay. It is an interesting sidelight on religious history that Lou's mother, Ethne, has been identified with the Celtic goddess Oestre, whose spring festival was taken over by the church as the Day of the Risen Lord and was called Easter after the goddess, as it had been called among the Celts since the beginning of time. This book is crazy. It says Cuchulainn, the great Irish hero of early historical times, is believed to have been the reincarnation of Lugh, his soul having flown as a mayfly into the mouth of his mother. Dichartire could Dicharte, it's spelled Dichtire, have been an echo of Dictania. Dictania was a patron goddess of Aegina, and it was from Aegina that some say Tuatha De Danann first emerged from the midst of time. This book is blowing me away. The island of Aegina, a Saronic gulf between Attica and Peloponnese, was colonized in the 4th millennium by Ionian Greeks from Anatolia, and it was on Aegina that Herodotus saw the golden drinking cup sacred to the goddess. This golden cup was one of the Celtic relics that had, quote, fallen from the sky, unquote, in the remote past, and the Plutarch in his De Defectu Oracolorum says that it was still in use in Druidic ritual as late as the 2nd century AD. Its prototype, an oaken chalice carved in the shape of a trophy cup, has recently been unearthed at Çatalhöyük in Anatolia. The wine glass shape of this cup is unusual, if not unique, in early archaeology. Cups with stems but no bases have been found, as have cups with bases but no stems. Most often, ancient cups, like modern coffee cups, rest on their own flattened bottoms, but the unique shape of the 19th century BC chalice from Çatalhöyük somehow found its way into modern Europe and became the model for altar cups in the Christian church. The chalice. The goblet. The Holy Grail is the woman's womb. Okay? And it is literally the symbol of the woman's seat of power, her womb, her creative force, and it is still in Catholic altars. You cannot stop the goddess's power. Okay. Where am I? And it itself, the sacred drinking cup of the ancient Celts, metamorphosized into the Holy Grail of Christian legend. I just said that without reading that, I swear to God. I can't make this shit up. Oh my gosh, okay. It says, the similarity between imaginative depictions of the Holy Grail and medieval art and the oaken cup from, quote, prehistoric, unquote, Çatalhöyük is startling. In popular legend, the Holy Grail was brought to Glastonbury in southern Britain by Joseph of Arimathea in AD 37. It was supposed to be the cup from which Jesus had drunk at the Last Supper, in which Joseph had caught the blood of Jesus at the crucifixion. There is no historical evidence, even in the flimsiest nature, that anyone ever saw this cup at Glastonbury. In the 6th century, however, the legend was resuscitated, and the quest for the Holy Grail, originating at Camelot in southern Britain, spread like, quote, chivalry, unquote, of the Celtic knights of King Arthur throughout Christendom, and grew into the noblest, perhaps the only noble, aspect of medieval European life. But the grail that Arthur's knights sought was not the holy grail of the Christian myth. It was the golden cup of the ancient Celts. The Celtic knights of King Arthur's court went in search of. In Welsh literature, there survives a pre-Christian tale of Arthur and his men seeking the sacred chalice in a sort of mysterious initiation rite. No doubt a druidic ceremony in which a journey over water and underground is involved. It was Charitian de Troyes in 12th century who first substituted the Holy Grail for the original golden chalice of Camelot. And thus we have seen the sacred acts at Libris travel from 9th millennium Çatalhöyük to Stonehenge in England, The sacred horns of Catalhuyuk evolve into the golden torques of the Celtic graves in 2nd century Britain, and the sacred drinking cup of ancient Anatolia end up as the holy grail of Christian legend. All of these were relics sacred to the great goddess, all date back at least to 9th or 10th millennium Catalhuyuk in Anatolia, and all were imbued with a deep and mystic significance in the great Celtic civilization of Europe. Quote, the civilization revealed at Catalhuyuk shines like a supernova among the dim galaxy of temporary Near Eastern cultures. Its most lasting effect was not felt in the Near East, but in Europe, for it was to this new contentment that Anatolian culture introduced, the cult of the great goddess, the basis of our civilization. Author's italics. That is the end to part 3 of this book. Wow. Oh my gosh, what's going on? It says, yes, this pagan stuff is literally all around us. We literally are living in Wicca every single day. Hell yeah, not gonna lie, but magic is awesome, and I have no regrets for having an interest in this art and practice. Hell yeah, you guys are so awesome. Monday is Moon Day, Tuesday is Tyr's Day, Wednesday is Odin's Day, Thursday is Thor's Day, Friday is Frey's Day, Saturday is Saturn's Day, and Sunday is Sun's Day. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see. It says, let's also not forget about the church using incense, just like pagans, yes, and their censers as they swing it around. Yes, Gabriel, exoticisms are a form of witchcraft. It's a form of protection magic. Oh, you mean exorcisms? Yeah, that makes sense. The calendar is pagan. 100%. 100%. Okay. If we had a lunar calendar, it would be even more pagan, but there's a reason why we don't have a lunar calendar. But that's not what this is about. So, should we? I mean, we've been here for a while. Should we read one more chapter? Are you interested? It's, hold on. Yeah, let's do one more chapter, huh? You feeling it? I'm feeling it. Let me just take a drink, though. The church messing things up again by removing the 13th month. I know. Trust, it's awful. Okay. Part 4. This, trigger warning. Trigger warning. Part 4. The tragedy of Western women. Trigger warning. The tragedy of Western women. Trigger warning. Okay? Oh, good night, Hasey. Thank you for joining. I love you for your daily dose of dragon feather. Please come back soon. Men have looked on at the destruction of women like dumb oxen on a riverbank, placidly chewing the cud while the ox herd drowns before their eyes, not even dimly aware that they are in any way involved in her tragedy. Edward Carpenter. A mouthful? That was a mouthful, okay. Crazy, okay. Trigger warning again for this chapter. It's gonna suck, okay? Just let me tell you what it's called. Chapter 14, the advent of Christianity. Yeah. Christian ideology has contributed no little to the oppression of women, though St. Paul, the Jewish tradition savagely anti-feminist, was affirmed. Simone de Beauvoir? Trigger warning, anti-Semitic. Western women did kind of drop the ball, you guys. Get it together, please. It was forcefully taken from us, trust. That West in general dropped the ball in multiple ways. Yeah, the West in general fucking popped the ball, actually. We took the ball and we fucking ground that shit into the ground. Thor's pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie, Thor's pretty sick. Okay. The early fathers. If power and importance of Western women had been somewhat diminished in classical Greece and Republican Rome, feminism had revived in imperial Rome, and in Celtic Europe it had never languished. It required the combined power of the Christian Church and the later empire to degrade Western women. To those who have accepted the myth that the Church improved the status of women, it will come as a startling revelation to learn that, on the contrary, it was the Christian Church itself which initiated and carried forward the bitter campaign to debase and enslave the women of Europe. The status of Western women has steadily declined since the advent of Christianity, and it is still declining. The female in the Western world today is valued less than she was even in the early Middle Ages, when the church had had only 3 or 4 centuries to accomplish its mission rather than the 16 centuries it has now devoted to the cause. That sentence sucked. The female in the Western world today is valued less than she was even in the early Middle Ages. Excuse me while I'm just contending with my second-class citizen status right now. Just give me a minute. Okay. Trigger warning. The Christians found the women of Europe free and sovereign. The right to divorce, to abortion, to birth control, to property ownership, to the bearing of titles and the inheritance of estates, to the making of wills, to bringing suits at law. All these and many other ancient rights were attrited away by the church through the Christian centuries, and not yet have they all been restored. I blame Marvel for making him a joke. In reality, he's an amazing deity, the best masculine deity I've ever worked with. Honestly, I love Thor. I really do. Loki is very strong too, but in Marvel, he's a joke. Yeah, he's also a joke. One thing that I will go hard for Loki is that the depiction of Loki in Marvel, I know some people obsess over his depiction, but fucking pathetic. Fucking pathetic, okay? Fucking pathetic, mate. I don't know what's going on with my hair. It's like doing weird things today. I don't know. Fix yourself, my friend. Fix yourself. Loki is Thor's uncle, not his brother also. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Uncle! Okay. As far as appearances go, God of War has the most accurate depiction of Thor. Interesting. I'll have to check out God of War. I've heard of it, but that was it. It says, the deliberate suppression of the evidence of the former condition of European women and the promotion of the myth of its betterment by the Christian church are revealed unconsciously in the words of the Celtic authority Terence Powell. Quote, it is generally assumed that the right of a wife to hold property or of a daughter to inherit is a late development, but a more liberal practice seems to have been operative in Rome and Celtic legal custom, unquote. Like all who study the past, Powell is surprised to find that women were more highly esteemed as persons by the pagans than they ever had been by the Christians. A pagan society. Good for women. Yeah? Good to know. No wonder why our little Abrahamic religious books are like, fuck your paganism. God of War is kind of awkward to watch from a pagan perspective, watching your deities get brutally murdered by Kratos. That's so awkward, you're right. Let's see. It says, the Semitic myth of male supremacy was first preached in Europe to a pagan people to whom it came as a radical and astonishing novelty. We must not forget that the leaders of the early church were Jewish people, bred in the Hebraic tradition that women were of no account and existed solely to serve men. Orthodox Judaism of the time, like St. Augustine of Hippo, taught that women had no souls, and then, as now, the Jewish prayer of thanksgiving included the words, quote, blessed art thou, Lord, that thou hast not made me a woman, unquote. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Quote, the Jewish St. Paul, first spokesman for the Christian church, and without whom there would have been no church, stressed over and over again in his letters the accepted Jewish concept, quote, let woman be silent, unquote. Quote, the man is the head of the woman, unquote. Quote, the man is the servant of God, but the woman is the servant of man, unquote. Quote, woman has made for man, unquote. Quote, wives submit to your husbands, unquote, and so on ad nauseum. She said so on and so on ad nauseum. Oh man, she is so fucking real for that. In the stories, Loki is Thor's uncle and is stronger than Thor, but he takes shortcuts and is very jealous of Thor. His jealousy makes him weak. Yeah, jealousy will make you weak. Try to explain any of this to a Christian and watch hilarity ensue. Oh, trust. If you watch, the more that I get into this, there's this little tiny dragon in the back of my brain that's saying, go to Hollywood and interview people about this stuff. Go to Hollywood and debate Christians. Get on a podcast and debate religious zealots. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. And I'm just like, terrifying. Okay. And this sounded very strange and wild to Celtic men and women who had for millennia before the founding of the Hebrew race been taught to revere and honor their sisters and their wives about their brothers and their fathers. And now to learn that these very special people had no souls, were not of God, were the servants of mere men? Oh, that's crazy. I will say though, it says the Hebrew race, it's not a race, that's Nazi talk, I'm pretty sure. It's really weird watching my deities being portrayed as the bad guys in God of War. They are good games. They're good games, which is fascinating, but it's just a little bit awkward. Yeah, that's how I feel every single time I watch anything where the dragon is the bad guy. Nightmare, I feel you. I feel you, okay? To debate this stuff, you have to be practically an expert in it, which is hard because it's so hard to understand. Pepe, I hope you know that my entire life is dedicated to this study. So if anyone is going to do it, it will be me. And I also have the humility and the wherewithal about me to know what I don't know, okay? And to know that I can be wrong. And like to have like the strength to accept that, right? Anyway, I love the part where Kratos beats Zeus to death. I'm gonna have to watch just for that episode. That sounds great. It says, as the Jewish disciples, like Paul, radiated out of Palestine, free, free, free Palestine, free, free, free Palestine, said free, 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 free Palestine, free, 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 free Palestine. Please, if you can, I'm sponsoring a family in Gaza. If you would click the link in my channel, click my channel profile picture, click the link in my channel to donate to Mara and Omar's campaign. Even just $5 would mean the world. We're so close to reaching their goal. We're only a couple $1,000s away from their goal, and they really need that money to just stay alive, honestly. Please, it would mean the world to me. They are genuinely my family now. Like, I talk to these people every single day. They are my family. So please help my family in Palestine. As the Jewish disciples like Paul radiated out of Palestine into the more civilized worlds of Greece, Rome, and southern Gaul, their Semitic souls were outraged at the freedom and authority granted to Western women. Their Semitic souls! What is the anti-Semitism? Their Semitic souls were outraged! Outraged! Oh my gosh! They were stunned by the respect women received at all levels, but the imperiousness of the Roman matron and the authority of the Celtic women especially infuriated them. Paul said sternly, quote, "Suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over a man," unquote. And the author of St. Peter warned slaves to submit to their masters and wives to their husbands. Notice how in the same sentence they said slaves submit to your masters and wives submit to your husbands? Pikachu! Pika Pete! Welcome to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. We are reading The First Sex by Elizabeth Gould Davis. It's a very, very spicy read. But trigger warning, it's a little intense. Better Minecraft is a mod, I think. Pepe. Oh no! I didn't know. Where are we? It says, as the result of the anti-feminism of the disciples, St. Clement as early as the 2nd century AD announced that, quote, every woman should be overwhelmed with shame at the very thought that she is a woman, unquote. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? I love being a woman. Being a woman is the best thing that's ever happened to me. Like, actually. Like, I'm so fucking happy to be a woman. Like, I get to I love being pretty. Like, women are just gorgeous. All of them. All of the women are naturally gorgeous, okay? Okay? I love being it. It's fun, okay? It's fun to do all of it, right? As a woman. Why in the world would I ever be overwhelmed with shame at the very thought that I'm a woman? I spit on the people who say that. Shame on you. You should be overwhelmed with shame that you could even say, to fix your fucking mouth or pen to say that. I'm jealous of women's beauty. I wish I could be that pretty. You love you, Nightmare. You're awesome. But no, for real. That is the most deplorable thing there's a lot of deplorable things in this book, but anyway. These and similar rantings, however, went unheeded by the majority of the civilized world. Nobody who was anybody read Paul or Peter or Clement or any of the Christian writers of the first 3 centuries. The civilized world looked upon the Christians as a rather silly group of harmless fanatics, although Tacitus called them, quote, the vilest of people. Gabriel Hoffman, I bet you I could kick your ass. Anyway. It says, where we lose it off? The vilest of people. Tacitus said they were the vilest of people. Literally, Christians, even in their inception, were called harmless fanatics, but the vilest of people. The names of Scientia, the 2 Thales, Tacitus, Plutarch, Galen, Epictetus, and the emperors Marcus Antonius and Marcus Aurelius adorn the age in which they flourished, unquote, writes Gibbon. Quote, their days were spent in the pursuit of truth, yet all these sages overlooked and rejected the, quote, perfection, unquote, of the Christian system. Their language or their silences equally discovered their contempt for the growing sect. Those among them who condescended to mention the Christians considered them only as obstinate and perverse enthusiasts, fanatics, unable to produce a single argument that could engage the attention of men of sense and learning. Bruh. That's crazy. The Christians were considered perverse enthusiasts or fanatics, unable to produce a single argument that could engage the attention of men of sense and learning. I present to you the American judicial system. I present to you Congress. I present to you the House of Representatives. This book is saving my life. This book is really saving my life. Okay, it says, oh my gosh, it says, the Christians were not taken very seriously by anyone, and they were tolerated benignly by the imperial Roman government. The so-called persecutions of the Christians by the Romans have been highly exaggerated by Christian writers. Quote, the total disregard of truth and probability in the representation of these primitive martyrdoms was occasioned by a very natural mistake. The classical writers of the Christian centuries ascribed to the magistrates of Rome the same degree of implacable and unrelenting zeal which filled their own breasts against the heretics and idolaters of their own times, unquote. And a medieval Christian of the 12th century, the learned and orthodox Peritus Cantor, Peter the Precentor, complained that the church of his time dealt, quote, more harshly with heretics than the pagans had dealt with the early Christians, unquote. Thus, while the Romans had slain their hundreds, the Christians had slain their hundreds of thousands. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Thus, the Romans had slain the Christians by the hundreds. The Christians had slain their hundreds to the thousands. Oh, slain their hundreds of thousands. They slayed hundreds of thousands of them. This, just like the women nowadays has to twerk to be famous, back then a woman had to be racist to even get published. Interesting. This author isn't necessarily a bad person or a racist. She had to pander to the group of people in charge to even get published. That's a really good point, Pepe. Also, I must say that my dad told me that the author of this book was brutally SA'd and then shortly killed herself after. shortly after this book was published. I don't know what happened. All I'm going to say is Pepe is here to remind us that there are possibilities. We live in a world of possibilities. Okay? Good talk. That might be true. I know DJ Conway had to add stuff to her books she didn't want to get it published. Yes, Nightmare Fuel Studios. That is so important to remember. The Christians never even tried to learn any name of their god, so there was a lot of pagans laughing, saying, you worship a god and you don't even know their name. Rothian Fairmoon, welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. But that seems interesting. Interesting take. Let's see. The first question that must present itself to the innocent observer from the non-Christian world is, quote, why, unquote. How could this localized, fanatical little religion of despised Jewish people and pitted Gentile slaves have attained such power as to set civilization back 2,000 years? What? A sentence. Oh wait, you know that there's different types of witches what do you call a witch that doesn't use tools? A witch. A witch. I don't know how true this is, but Jesus' real name is Yeshua, and that Jesus translates to Hail Zeus. Let me tell you something. Yeshua and Jesus are not the same, and I should definitely do a video on that, because it was my understanding that Yeshua and Jesus were the same, but the more that I do deep dives on it, the more that I'm realizing it's not, which is interesting. But I do believe Jesus translates to Hail Zeus, so that's weird. That's weird. Okay. Helena and Constantine is the next section of this chapter. The answer, I believe, lies within Helena, the mother of Constantine. Helena was a lady of Britain, perhaps a queen, and she was undoubtedly a Christian, a member of that small Celtic Christian community that predated Roman polished Catholicism in Britain by some 6 centuries. The Celts of southern Britain had known a brand of Eastern Apostolic Christianity since about the year 37, year of Rome 791, as Gildas Tertullian, Eusebius, and even Augustine affirm. It must be remembered that the Western world up until the 10th century continued to date from the founding of Rome ab urb condita in 754 BC. It was not until the 10th century that the church, at the suggestion of Dionysius Exiguus, a Scythian priest and canon lawyer who had died in the year 544 of our era, started dating from an Incarthinian of Christ, a date picked arbitrarily as having been in the year of Rome 754. Thus, all the early writers prior to the year AD 1000 used the Roman chronology, and the Augustine arrived in England to convert the Saxons not in 597, but in 1351 AUC. We shall here, however, adhere to the new Christian chronology. I should be able to say that, even though the personages of whom we write did not. Christianity, brought to Glastonbury by the Apostle Philip and legends say by Joseph of Arimathea, was well established in Celtic Britain by the time of Helena's birth, around the middle of the 3rd century after Christ. Helena was undoubtedly a member of the Christian community, and her influence on Constantius, is the Roman governor of Britain, probably accounts for his, quote, softness on the Christians, unquote, a weakness for which he was reprimanded by the emperor Diocletian. Interesting. Very interesting. The word serpent, Jorminger, a dragon. Is the world serpent Jorminger a dragon? Yes, it is, Gabriel. Zeus or Deus wasn't a person. It meant like God's spirit, to be exact. The god of gods, of the highest of all god, or spirit. Interesting, Pepe. Yeshua means like Joshua in Hebrew? Does it really, Pepe? That makes a lot of sense, though. Zeus! Yeah, I know. Zeus, what have you done? Okay, anyway. It says, the venerable Bede writing in the 8th century of our era, reports that, quote, Constantius, who governed Gaul and Britain under the Emperor Diocletian, died in Britain, leaving a son by Helena, Constantine, who was created Caesar and Emperor in Britain, unquote. Bede does not say who Helena was, but his reference implies that she was too well known to his readers to require further identification. Geoffrey of Monmouth, writing in the 12th century, says that Helena was the daughter of King Coel. Quote, old King Coel was a merry old soul, unquote, and was his heir to the throne of Britain. The fact offers further proof that Helena was an early Christian, for William of Malmesbury writes that King Coel was buried at Glastonbury, the seat of Celtic Christendom in Britain. According to the same writer, Coel's ancestor, the Celtic king Arevagis, gave land to the founding of the church there in the 1st century AD, and although he himself did not become a Christian, his descendants, Marius and Coel, apparently did, and continued to support the church into the 3rd century. Helena was born around the middle of the 3rd century, only 5 or 6 generations after founding of Glastonbury. Quote, she was the queen, unquote, writes Geoffrey. Quote, she possessed this kingdom by hereditary right, as none can deny, unquote. Furthermore, quote, after her marriage to Constantius, she had by him a son called Constantine, unquote. Both of these statements of Geoffrey have been discredited by later historians, yet John Stowe of the 16th century, a careful and accurate reporter, if there ever was one, seems to accept the royalty of Helena. Quote, as Simon of Duraman, an ancient writer, reporteth, Helena, the mother of Constantine, was the first that enwalled the city of London about the year of Christ 306, unquote. Very, very interesting. How many demigods are there because Zeus couldn't stay faithful? Maybe Zeus is a demon. Okay. Legend held with Geoffrey that Helena was the rightful queen of Britain, but 18th and 19th century scholarship consigned her to a very low status, that of a public courtesan. Gibbon guesses that she is a Dacian courtesan, ancient Dacia having been where modern Romania is. But why is Dacian courtesan should, quote, enwall the city of London, unquote? He does not explain. Historians, lay as well as church, have also insisted that Constantine was the illegitimate son of Constantinus by his courtesan Helena, contradicting the statement of Geoffrey of Monmouth that they were married. Constantius was a soldier who had come up through the ranks of the Roman legions to the top of his profession and had been rewarded by the emperor with the hand of his stepdaughter in marriage and by being named Caesar of the West. At this time, Rome had 2 emperors, Augustus, and 2 governors, Caesars, one each of the Eastern and Western Empire. Constantius was governor of the West, comprising Gaul, Britain, and contiguous territories. Constantius had already had children by Theodora, the emperor's stepdaughters, when he met Helena. Yet it was his son by Helena, illegitimate or not, who became Caesar and emperor in his death, not his legitimate children by Theodora, who were the grandsons of the emperor Maximin. Helena's son was born in London AD 275 and was brought up there by his mother, while his father traveled over the empire, another indication that Helena was more than a courtesan, for in Roman times, fathers claimed their bastard sons and separated them at an early age from undesirable low-class mothers. In later year, Constantine, the emperor, was to tell his biographer Eusebius, quote, I began in Britain, unquote, yet still the place of his birth is debated in some circles. Man, the guy said himself where he came from. They were like, no. Don't insult demons like that. Yeah, you might be right, Nightmare Fuel Studios. I take that back. I take it back. Zeus, when he sees a pretty woman, fly away. That's terrible. Zeus is a daemon. Interesting thought. Zeus is a demon. I don't think so. A daemon, yes, might be kind of interesting. Daemon, yeah. Lands of Dance, technically Zeus would be a goat, not a dog. You should not anthropomorphize the spirits or gods. That makes it much more confusing. They weren't theys or hims or hers. The stories are analogy for the spirit of the ocean, etc. Yeah, you might be right. Sigmar is OMG. Hi! Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Mother. Okay. Where are we? Where are we? In the book. Okay, It says, on becoming Caesar of the West on his father's death in 306, Constantine continued his father's policy of softness towards the Christians. This attitude, as well as his preferment over the emperor's son Maxentius, led in 312 to Constantine's march on Rome. Maxentius resented his father Maximin's favoritism of Constantine, and on the old emperor's death, Maxentius defied Constantine and charged him with coddling Christians. As early as 298, Constantine had been married by proxy to Maximian's infant daughter Fausta, and this marriage probably accounts for the emperor's much resented preference of Constantine over his own son Maxentius. The matrilinear idea, very deeply ingrained in the Roman imperial mind, the daughter's husband, always in olden times, even up to the time of Marcus Aurelius, have taken precedence over the sons. That alone feels like it would birth patriarchy. A little jealous boys. Anyway, it was on Constantine's march toward Rome in 312 that the famous vision at the Mevilian Bridge took place. Constantine told Eusebius in later years that the Mevilian Bridge over the river Tiber he saw in the setting sun in the signs of the cross inscribed with the words in hoc signo victor eris. Quote, in the sign you will be victorious. Unquote. The next day, Constantine met and defeated Maxentius and was proclaimed Emperor of the West. And 4 years later, he made the cross the symbol of the empire and Christianity his chosen religion. But was Constantine converted by the vision of the Mevilian Bridge, as historians and churchmen still claim? Or had he always been a Christian, son of the Celtic Christian Helena? The historian of Roman Empire H.M.D. Parker writes, quote, the belief had grown in Constantine that the Christian God was the greatest supernatural power in the world. And even before he left Gaul to march on Rome in AD 312, he had become convinced that under the banner of Christ he would be victorious over his enemy. In the strength of his belief, he marched on Rome, author's italics, unquote. It would seem, therefore, that the famous vision at the Mevilian Bridge, of which Christians have made so much, was a result and not the cause of his conversion to Christianity. As a matter of cold truth, it is doubtful that there ever was a vision at the bridge. Constantine told Eusebius the incident occurred as described above, but he also told Lactantius, a Christian apologist whom he admired and whom he was the tutor of his son, that there had been no vision but a dream. The night before the battle, he told Lactantius that he dreamed that he saw not the cross with its Latin inscription, but Greek letters, chi rho, in the shape of a cross. The whole story was probably a later invention put into the mind of Constantine by his mother Helena. All the evidence seems to point to Helena as the real agent in Constantine's conversion, a conversion that took place in his infancy, at the maternal knee, and not on the Mevilian Bridge, evidence universally overlooked or scrupulously ignored by masculist historians. Interesting. Yeah, good. Glad we're caught up with the chat. Yeah. It says that Helena was a domineering woman of great influence over her son is attested to the fact that it was she who maneuvered his marriage to the infant princess Fausta, thus assuring his preferment and eventual rise in the imperial government. It was also Helena who later, when the adult Fausta was of no further use to her son, engineered her downfall and cruel death in the order of Constantine. Gotta go, my battery is cooked. Oh, it's okay, Lance of Dance. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful night, my friend. We have a couple more pages left of this chapter, so let's get into the next section. It says, the most Christian Emperor Constantine. Trigger warning, I have a feeling. Sufficient attention has not been given to the fact that Constantine, the first Christian emperor, was the first to order the execution of his own wife. Trigger warning. He had Fausta, through marriage to whom he had secured the empire, boiled alive on suspicion of adultery, and this precedent set the pattern for the next 14 centuries. I'll forever be upset by the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Yes, Nightmare Fuel Studios. Me too, especially as somebody who just loves learning. But if you want to know my truth, okay, I'm going to tell you guys something that Pickle Chips might get mad at me for saying. But I'm going to take the heat for this one because it feels like it needs to be said. the more that I dive into this, especially in terms of the burning of Alexandria, the more that Pickle Chips is giving me side eye, saying that it wasn't burned in the way you think it was. Certain texts were saved in the Catholic Church. The Vatican. That's the word. Pickle Chips is the Vatican. Pickle Chips is very adamant that all of what was in Alexandria was not lost. Some of it was sacked before it was burned, and it was hidden. But the Vatican is hiding a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's what Pickle Chips is telling me. So, whatever you say, that checks out. So it says, 13 centuries later, the Abbé de Brantôme was to deplore the freedom with which, quote, our Christian lords and princes murder their wives, to think that the pagans of old who did not know Christ were so gentle and kind to their wives, and that the majority of our lords should be so cruel to them, unquote. Compelling. Even my Catholic friends say they're hiding stuff. Oh yeah, that checks out. Makes sense. The catacombs hold a lot of occult knowledge for one thing that ordinarily they wouldn't have otherwise. Yes, Rothian Fairmoon, sorry. You're right. Absolutely. Okay. It says, I might have lost my spot. Okay. He was thinking perhaps of, among other, quote, pagans of old, unquote, the pagan emperor Marcus Aurelius, who had refused to even divorce his wife, Faustina, whose crime made Faustus seem like mere peccadillos. Under Roman law, men and women caught in adultery shared alike punishment, banishment from Rome and confiscation of part of their property. But whereas the man must forfeit half of his worldly goods, the woman was required to give up only 1/3 of hers. And with both parties, there was always a chance of recall and pardon. Under the later Christian Roman Empire, quote, a husband was justified in killing his wife so caught, but he might kill the adulterer only if he was a slave, unquote. Christian Roman law. Let men kill their wives if they were cheating on them. And let me tell you something. A lot of these wives who were caught in adultery were probably being SA'd, okay? So a lot of these women who were being SA'd were seen as adulteresses and were martyred. They don't even need to hide it. Some is right in our faces, like the name of the days and the months and the calendar. Yeah, you're actually right, Pepe. I have nothing to say, so I'm going to not text in this comments. That's okay, Sigmariz. That's OMG. It's okay. We love you. The amount of secret underground places in Europe is scary. Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of stuff they're hiding. I can't say what because I don't have proof, but it would blow your mind if you knew what they're hiding. Yeah, I have a feeling. Let's see. Where am I? It says, the opinion voiced by Will and Mary Durant that, quote, medieval Christendom was a moral setback, unquote, is universally accepted outside the Catholic Church. Of course it is. Okay, yet the Catholic Encyclopedia explains Constantine's conversion to Christianity in these astonishing words. Quote, in deciding for Christianity, Constantine was no doubt influenced by reasons resulting from an impression made on every unprejudiced person by the moral force of Christianity, unquote. The Catholic Encyclopedia fails to mention the fact that Constantine scalded his young wife to death in a cauldron of water brought to a slow boil over a wood fire. A protracted and agonizing death indeed, nor does it mention St. Helena's part in this crime. Helena, who was later to find the, quote, true cross, unquote, in Jerusalem, was for this reason to be canonized by the church that she had established, was idolized by her son Constantine. He conferred on her the title Augusta, a title once held by the David Livia, wife of Augustus Caesar and mother of Tiberius. Constantine also ordered that all honor should be paid his mother throughout the empire, had coins struck during her lifetime bearing her image, and built a city, Helenopolis, in her honor. All these things bespeak the tremendous influence this Christian woman had over her son. I think we need inquire no further to the origins of Constantine's, quote, conversion, unquote, to the new religion. Yet in the face of all this evidence of Helena's influence over Constantine, the author of the article on Helena in the Catholic Encyclopedia, unwilling to grant that even a mother, because she is female, can influence a man, says of Helena, Quote, she is his mother, came under his influence, author's italics, such a devout servant of God that one might believe her to have been from her very childhood a disciple of the Redeemer, unquote, as indeed she had been. Once adopted officially by the emperor, Christianity became the state religion of the Roman Empire, and treason to the one became treason to the other. With heresy to the church now treasonous act punishable by torture and death, the Christian leaders went wild in a bloody orgy of revenge for the 3 centuries of humiliation and ridicule that had suffered at, quote, pagan hands, unquote. Constantine made things easier for them by proclaiming in 318 that the bishops of the church could set aside judgments of the civil courts anywhere in the empire, which we must not forget included the European realms of the democratic Celts with their ancient heritage of law and justice. In 333, Constantine reinforced the power of the church in the civil matters by ordering all courts to enforce the judgments of the bishops, so that the civil courts became mere law enforcement agencies of the church and were no longer allowed to weigh evidence and mete out justice as of old. Excuse? Wow. So it's basically saying that like these like judicial places turned into the mechanics in which Christianity enforced law, and that still exists today. The author of the above astounding rationale overlooks the fact that in Celtic Europe, as in Rome, individual freedom, freedom of consciousness, religious freedom, and tolerance and equality had existed since before the memory of man. What the author really meant to say was that the church was not ready for any conception of freedom and tolerance, nor is it now where women are concerned. The church was not ready for any conception of freedom and tolerance, nor is it now where women are concerned. I would 100% moon bath, but the mosquitoes won't let me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no thanks. Police literally means polizia, policy enforcement. Wow. That's crazy, Pepe. Hi, is there any advice for more confidence on yourself? I know it doesn't have a lot to do with the topic, but I had a bad breakdown about bad thought about myself and I don't know what to do. Yvonne and Nusha, please just like breathe. I know that's hard, but like it's going to be like not something that gets fixed overnight. Like you have to choose to work through, you know, wanting to be there for yourself. Like you have to choose to put yourself before everything else, and it's really hard to do sometimes. Like the best thing that I could recommend when I've been in those places is I have to gas myself up. I have to tell myself I'm the baddest bitch in the world. I'm the prettiest girl in the world. I'm the luckiest girl in the world, and everybody knows it. Like you have to tell yourself these things, right? Because that's what's gonna build up your confidence, and then it'll help you carry yourself a little bit better over time. You know? I would love to do a stream on self-confidence just in general, but for now, I shall return to the book, and I hope you are doing better. To cop something means to catch. Yeah, Pepe, that's crazy. Oh my god, this is gonna ruin me. Let's see. The emperor himself set the pattern for Christian conduct. After his, quote, conversion, unquote, he not only boiled his wife alive, but he also murdered his son Crispus and his brother-in-law Licinius after having guaranteed to the latter his personal safety. Licinius's son Licinius he had whipped to death for no reason other than that he was his father's son. The last horrible deed is excused by Christian writers on the grounds that, quote, because Licinius was not the son of Constantine's sisters, Licinius's wife, but of a slave woman, Constantine treated him as a slave and subjected him to a slave's death, unquote. The matriarchal overtones in this, quote, excuse, unquote, seem to have escaped the patriarchal authors, for in regarding Licinius as the child of his mother primarily, and endowing him with her status, it avows the priority of mother right over father right, a doctrine that church claims to abhor. Interesting. Needless to say, matriarchal traits did not reveal themselves in the majority of Constantine's actions. He was the defender of par excellence of patriarchal Christian values, and after Paul, was the chief exponent of masculist theories of male supremacy and the inferiority of women. In the century following Constantine, Augustine, Bishop of Hippo, denied that women had souls. And this infamous tenet was actually debated at a council at Macon in the 16th century. Oh, in the 6th century. It was the Celtic bishops from England who saved the day for half the human race at that council. How do you do such a thing you're supposed to love? Yeah, how do you do such a thing to someone you're supposed to love unconditionally? Thank you. Boiled his wife. Yeah, Your guardians make you read, might make me listen. Karina, I love you. That's so cute. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. That literally makes me so happy. Ivan, nothing in this world matters. The things you are upset about are literally meaningless. Don't know if that helps. You know, it might also make it worse. For me, that mentality made it better sometimes, it made it worse sometimes. So it really just depends. It really does. At least if you're not feeling well, hang out with us for a while, okay? Like, come take some of this good energy. You can have it. It's yours, okay? Oh, same, Karina. Oh my god, that's so cute. You guys are so sweet. I love you guys. Okay, ready? I shall continue to read. Okay. It says, where is it? It says, it was the Celtic bishops from England who saved the day for half the human race at that council. Okay, after Constantine in the Middle Ages, St. Thomas Aquinas was to place women lower than slaves. Come on, brother, sister. Brother, sister. Are you ready? Trigger warning. He was to place women lower than slaves. Quote, women is in subjugation because of the laws of nature, unquote. He pontificated in the 13th century, quote, but a slave only by the laws of circumstance. Women is subject to man because of the weakness of her mind as well as of her body, unquote. And Gratian, the great canon lawyer of the 12th century, wrote, quote, man, but not woman, is made in the image of God. It is plain from this that women should be subject to their husbands as should be as slaves, and should be as slaves, unquote. God, say it with me, God created woman, woman created man. Okay, science says the female genotype is older than the male genotype. And every single man in existence has come out of a woman's uterus or a human's uterus. And I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm not saying that to justify female supremacy. But y'all say, no, man, but not woman is made in the image of God. It is plain from this that women should be subject to their husband and should be as slaves. I don't say that God created woman and woman created man to justify subjugating men as slaves. Nobody should be a slave. Gyno supremacist propaganda. You right. One wonders what the millions of people throughout the empire who still believed that God was a woman, a female deity, a goddess, thought of all of this. Yeah, bro. Descent into barbarism. Trigger warning, are you ready? Kids? Aye, Captain. Oh, okay. Descent into barbarism under the sea. Okay. Okay. Christianity, official federalized state Christianity. She really outlined it like that. Official federalized state Christianity. Dear gosh. Spread like a bloody stain from Constantinople up through southern Europe into France and Italy, westward into Spain, sorry, and the Low Countries, and finally across the Channel into Britain and Ireland. Quote, a torrent of rapine impelled by the spiritual rulers of the church, unquote. Wherever it went, it stubbornly resisted and openly defied until cruel experience had shown that defiance and resistance were of no avail. Quote, historians, unquote, as Henry Thomas says, quote, have sought to hide the crimson stains of blood that bespatter the record of the Middle Ages with the golden glow of romance, unquote. Yet the stains remain. Quote, the Europeans were never persuaded, never convinced, never won by the appeal of the new doctrine. They were either transferred by their kings to the church like so many cattle, or beaten down into submission after generations of resistance and massacre. The misery and butchery wrought from fire to last are unimaginable. Oh, from first to last. Christianity was truly a religion of the sword and of the flame. Did you just say that Christianity was a religion of the devil in more words? Because, dear Lord, that's scary. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay. Let's see. It says, writes, oh yeah, it's a religion of the sword and of the flame, writes Robertson in his History of Christianity. Ideologically, the church endorsed slavery and promoted to new high the sanctity of property and property rights, comforting the poor and propertyless with promises of an afterlife in which the church itself did not believe. I'm going to go, no, come back, Sigma, stay, Sigma Riz, OMG, love you, stay. Okay, it says, it established firmly the concepts that, quote, It established firmly the concepts that, quote, might makes right, unquote, and, quote, wealth makes the man, unquote, thus leading to the terrible materialism that marks and mars our present civilization. Wow. Yay, Sigmarines! Welcome back. Thank you for staying for your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Let's see. It says, okay. It says, I lost my spot. Okay, here we go. It says, it branded all the finer sentiments with that worst of epithets, quote, womanlike, unquote, and turned woman's very virtues against her. It glorified, quote, manly, unquote, aggressiveness in the cause of the church and surpassed even the Nazis in contrived cruelty and organized terror. Wow, she actually mentioned Nazis by name. And you know what's crazy? She literally says Christians were worse than the Nazis. Oh man, oh, that's such a hot take. Slavery as we know it, quite possibly. Yeah, you know, honestly. I could be wrong, but I don't think slavery was a thing until Christianity came around. There were some pagan slave owners, but I don't think slavery existed before Christianity. Honestly, I'm gonna have to agree with you, Nightmare Fuel Studios. I'm gonna have to agree with you. Because why? I just feel like in ancient civilizations that revered women, it was all about taking care of and nurturing the community. And if you could not do so, you were ostracized. Anyway, ever since I heard the theory that Christian God is the antagonist of the world, things make so much sense. Oh my god, the Departed Ocean, welcome to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. And I resonate with that shit. Okay. Let's get back into this shit, okay? Where are we at? Because I lost my spot. Okay, it says, quote, cruelty and barbarity were more frequent in the Christian Middle Ages than in any civilization prior to our own, unquote, writes the Durance. And the venerable Cambridge Medieval History says, quote, the laws of medieval Europe represent the barbarization, author's italics, of the old laws, unquote, that prevailed in Rome and Celtic Europe prior to the 6th century AD. Quote, Christian law is more injurious than useful to the state. I know of nothing more destructive to the social spirit, unquote, writes Rousseau. The good Christian is necessarily, by definition, quote, harsh and lacking in compassion for his fellow creatures, for to love the unfortunate would be to hate God who punishes them, unquote. Okay. That's crazy. Okay. It says, not satisfied with brutalizing the souls of men and hardening their hearts, the church proceeded methodically to blight their minds by suppressing all information that did not emanate from the church itself. They first closed down the ancient Greek academies and then set about burning the books of the great classical poets, philosophers, and scholars, setting knowledge back 1,500 years and necessitating a painful rediscovery in modern times of truths and facts well known even to the early Greek sages. Alrighty. Are you ready? Smoke weed, Ivan, and smoke it with people, IRL. Oh my god. There were some old Norse pagans who had slaves, but would they have had slaves if Christians didn't have slaves? That's a great question. The Egyptians never had slaves. That's a myth to demonize them. That makes sense. Sigma Riz. You act shadily. Can you stop? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? It says, so the whole Moses story villainized the Egyptians far more than the actual history. The majority of Jewish working for them were not slaves, and they worked as payment for getting to settle in Egypt. But they don't want you to know that now, do they? No, they don't. It says, in the 5th century, they turned their wolfish attention to the great library at Alexandria. Sigmarism G, why? What's going on? Oh my goodness. Okay, it says, all right, ready? We're about to get some Library of Alexandria sadness, okay? It says, in the 5th century, they turned their wolfish attention to the great library of Alexandria, the last repository of wisdom and knowledge of the ancients. They burned the books and razed the buildings and carried off to Constantinople whatever they thought might be of monetary value. Ooh, so there in this book, it literally says that they took shit. They sacked it. They sacked it first. It says, among the antique treasures thus saved was the map of the ancient sea kings mentioned earlier, but its real value was undreamed of by its abductors. At Alexandria, they also pillaged the great school of philosophy from which had emanated one of the last lights of learning and the gathering darkness of the brave new Christian world. The head of this great school of Neoplatonianism was Hypatia, quote, a remarkable woman of great learning and eloquence, the charm of whose rare modesty and beauty, combined with her great intellectual gifts, attracted to her lecturers a large number of disciples, unquote. This great woman, mathematician, logician, astronomer, philosopher, naturally inspired the fanatical hatred of Cyril, the Christian bishop of Alexandria, and he resolved upon her ruin. After a defamatory and paulistic sermon to the iniquity of women in general, and of Hypatia, who presumed to teach men in particular, he urged his congregation not to allow such an unfeminine, unchristian monster to live. Fired with Christian zeal and congregation poured out in the church, and finding Hypatia alone with but one pupil, Cyneas of Cyrene, they tore off all her clothes, cut her to pieces with oyster shells, and then burned her body piece by piece. Cyneas saved himself by professing to be a Christian, and he later became bishop of Ptolemais. It's okay, Sigmarism OMG. We love you so much. We love your name. We love your profile picture. And every time I see your profile picture, all I can think of is the cat going. For real. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see. Egyptian actually pronounced Hippogyaths meant back for yourself. I only have 2 more pages left, bubs. I'll be there soon. It says, there was some abuse of Hebrews by some Egyptians for sure, but the whole situation worsened by propaganda, the external factors that culminated in revolt. Yeah, that makes sense. Poor girl. I know. It's so sad, man. Like, what the fuck, man? As a result of such persecutions of the intellectual community, there began a gigantic, quote, brain drain, unquote. I love that. It says, from Christian Europe to the non-Christian Near East, a, quote, flight of the bright, unquote, equaled only by that of the Jewish writers, scientists, and scholars, the brains of Germany from Nazi-threatened Europe in the 1930s. Montague, quoting Agathias as his authority, says that most of the brains of Greece and Rome migrated to Persia rather than live under Christianity, and, quote, whole countries of Europe were desolated and depopulated by the despotic power of excessive advantage of the clergy over laity, unquote. This flight of the intellectuals to the east no doubt contributed to the flare. Oh, you're about to get so much good share. Are you ready? It says, This flight of intellectuals to the east no doubt contributed to the flowering of Arabic culture between the 8th and 14th centuries, when only the Moors and the Muslims could boast any geniuses equal to the geniuses of ancient Greece and Rome. Y'all fucking Islamophobic! Oh my gosh. Anyway, wherever Christianity went, it carried with it the deadly germ of anti-feminism, forcing civil governments to adopt the harsh and woman-hating laws of the church. Men, of course, accepted the new ideas more readily than women, who resisted longer and more tragically than their brothers. Women, as James Clue observes, had been the revered sex in Europe, and, quote, they were as determined to remain so as the church was to demote them, unquote. Yet their determination was of no avail. Men had always harbored in the depths of their subconscious a fear and dread of women, and to turn this dread into active hatred and contempt because the mission of the all-male Christian hierarchy. Quote, abuse was lavished upon the sex, unquote, writes Julius Michelet. Quote, filthy, indecent, shameless, immoral were only some of the epithets hurled at them by the church, unquote. Women, announced the Christian clergy, were naturally depraved, vicious, and dangerous to the salvation of men's souls, a commodity women needed not to worry about as they were possessed of none. Quote, woman herself, unquote, continues Michelet, quote, came eventually to share the odious prejudice and to believe herself unclean. Women, so sober compared to the opposite sex, was fain to ask pardon almost for existing at all, for living and fulfilling the conditions of life, unquote. Dude, what the fuck? Ask pardon for existing at all. Yes, they legit created and invented so much. We respect Islam. Yes, we do. We do. Please say, hi, Theater Kid, it's my birthday, would make my year. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Theater Kid. Happy birthday to you. So glad to have you here today. Hope you're having a great birthday while we learn about some spicy history. Islam used to be controlled by women. Also, read the book about similar to this one. But the patriarchy slowly took over Islam and made it warlike and weak like it is today. That is some tea. Tea. Okay, it says... the miracle is not that the church finally succeeded in its purpose of degrading women. With the might of the empire behind it at first, and the even greater might of the Pope behind it after a while, it could hardly have failed. The miracle is that it took the church so long to humble the once stronger sex, for it was not until after the Protestant Reformation of the 15th and 16th century that the triumph of Puritanism in the 17th that woman's status reached the low point at which we find it today. After the church had succeeded in its mission of teaching men to regard women as brute and soulless beasts, the civil laws stepped in and placed women in the absolute power of men. Her enemy became her master, and the obscene design of the Christian fathers was finally completed and achieved. Quote, our curiosity is naturally prompted to inquire by what means the Christian faith obtained its remarkable victory, unquote, writes Gibbon. Quote, it appears that it was most effectively assisted by the inflexible and intolerant zeal of the Christians derived from the Jewish religion, unquote. And the Jewish religion, as expressed in the Old Testament, says John Stuart Mill, is, quote, a system in many respects barbarous and intended for a barbarous people, unquote. And this barbarous religion, steeped in women hatred and superstition, continues Mill, is the basis of so-called, quote, Christian morality, unquote. And that is the end of our reading today. Yeah. Cut it off, Sigma perpetuates the patriarchy. Oh my god. I had a pixie cut for a while. It was actually a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to do my, yeah, I don't blame you. I will say, I do want to give you guys a little bit of like, a cliffhanger, I guess, a little bit of a sneak peek. The next chapter is called Mary and the Great Goddess. I think you guys already know what the next video is going to be called for this reading. It's probably going to be called God is Mary, or God is Mother Mary. But that is for next time. Okay, my friends? I wanted to say thank you guys so much for joining me today. I had so much fun reading with you guys today. We learned so much about just like the Celtic history and so much about Rome today, and you know, there was just some really interesting stuff, you know? We love Mary in this chat, hell yeah. Ooh, gotta tune in for that. Soulless beasts! They call us soulless beasts because they have, what did they say? A scrotal frenzy. Do you remember? Do you remember the scrotal frenzy? Not the worms! Werp! But yeah, I don't know, man. This book is really crazy. We are more than halfway through the book now. That's super excited. We read this half. We have this much left to read. Blessed be beautiful dragon feather. Oh, thank you, David. Blessed be to you too, my friend. Let's see. I think only 2 episodes left for this book. Yeah. Yeah, we're only gonna have 2 more readings of this, and then we're gonna be done. It's gonna be a little bittersweet, I think. This has been one of the most fun journeys I've ever done on the channel, truly. Your enemy will become your master, just like how Christianity created feminism. That's crazy, actually. You know what, though? Like, Christians created the identity, or the idea of femininity, right? Like, femininity is a Christian construct, okay? Or it's like I guess I should say like a Abrahamic construct, right? Like a Catholic, all of that kind of thing, right? And so that's why I really want to encourage women of today to reject femininity in any way, shape, or form, because especially if you've left Christianity, because that's exactly what they want you to play into. The reason why like women get so obsessed with like princess treatment and femininity and like a soft life and all things like that is because it is romanticized. That lifestyle is romanticized as an escape from the patriarchy, when it's literally not. Like, that's where they want all of the girls to want to be. Because if all of the girls are focused on keeping themselves as small as possible, as dainty as possible, as perfect, pretty, and pink as they possibly can, then they're governing themselves. Like, if you're keeping yourself in this box, I should say, of the male gaze, you know, trying to adhere to feminine standards of today with your divine feminine and your dark feminine energy, like, I need you to understand that, like, you are embodying patriarchal ideals. You're embodying Christian ideals. You're embodying literally your oppressor's ideals. And so I need to challenge every single woman today, okay, to be a little rude, okay? I really need you to understand that, like, I need you to be domineering, okay? Men don't have the power they have over us the way they used to. Never before in modern history have women had so much potential to be their own sovereign leaders. That you will not die in this lifetime for speaking up about your truth as a woman. And the more of us women that speak up and use our voices in a unfeminine way, the more that we reclaim our power, and the more that it will be echoed across the world that the great goddess has returned through us. Through us. Okay? Because I need all of the men in this chat to understand too that women stepping into their power and reclaiming themselves in a way outside of traditional femininity is in no way a threat to you, and no way a threat to your freedoms. And in fact, it's actually the key to your liberation too. I know that might be a hot take, but women reclaiming their power and stepping back into their rightful positions of power as human beings in society will bring nothing but prosperity to men and women and everyone in between. So with that being said, thank you so much for joining me today. I literally couldn't do any of this without you guys. I love you guys so much. You're truly Yes, masculinity is also a Christian idea. Suck it, Andrew T. Hell yeah, Nightmare Fuel Studios. Can you do some magic? Not today, Nick Hal Kumar, but thank you for joining your daily dose of Dragon Feather. We just finished our reading today. I am gonna go eat some dinner. I didn't realize how long we've been on, and we've just been working a lot, so I will be back with you guys tomorrow to talk about how love is an element with Rosie, my fairy dragon guardian. I'm extremely excited. So Nikhil, if you want to see some magic tomorrow, I will be channeling a dragon guardian that I work with, and I'm sure you would love to see that. So please subscribe if you aren't already. Thank you so much, Azura. Love you, BB. Oh my gosh, love you, the departed ocean. And with that being said, until next time, stay geeky, cheeky, and freaky, little hatchlings. Okay, but until next time, I'll see you later. Blessed be and bye.